Director Sir, Dr. Vikas Choudhary has joined with us.
Good morning, Vikasi.
Morning, ji.
Really delighted to see you at this platform, and definitely we are going to be benefited in a big way. Thank you so much for joining.
I am also, delighted to be with you, all of you. Ek second, yes,
sure, sir.
I'm also delighted to be there with you, Dr. Rajesh Bagaji, Director Sir. I'm
so
happy
much.
to be with you, all of you. Thanks for inviting me for this workshop. Yes, now I think we can continue.
Yeah, the pleasantries have already been shared. A very good morning to all of you. It's my immense pleasure to welcome you all to this one-day workshop on research methodology. I accord a very warm welcome to our esteemed resource persons, Dr. Vikas Choudhary from NIT Kurukshetra and Dr. Arvind Dhingra, Executive Director STEP. I also extend a very warm welcome to our Honorable Director, Dr. Rajesh Bagga, coordinators of this event, Dr. Kulwant Kaur and Dr. Anusahi, and my very worthy colleagues. As academicians and educators, I guess we all understand the significance of research and hence this workshop in our own career advancements and institutions' growth and development. But I guess another added advantage that often does not cross our minds is that researchers, like teachers, age slowly. Researchers relish more youthful years. Intriguing, it seems. Well, I'll explain. Youth is associated with curiosity, inventiveness, poking here and prying there. And research, if we think extensively, is formalized curiosity. Researchers also do poke and pry, but with a purpose. And I hope, rather, I'm sure that this workshop is going to help us all achieve our purpose. And for this, we have with us very erudite personality, Dr. Vikas Choudhary, for the inaugural session. Dr. Vikas Choudhary has a vast experience of more than 3 decades in teaching and research. Sir has delivered keynote addresses and extension lectures in various academic institutions and has also acted as session chairs in various seminars and conferences of great repute. Sir has got his scholarly pursuits and works published and presented in various countries like USA, Thailand, Spain, and many in India as well. Sir, we are so honored to have you with us. And I now request our Honorable Director, Dr. Rajesh Bagga, to formally welcome our worthy resource person and address the gathering.
Very good morning, everyone present here. Today, Apeejay Institute of Management and Engineering Technical Campus is organizing one-day workshop on research methodology. Really happy to share with all of you. Recently, we had 5-day workshop on NAC accreditation. And we were thinking, we discussed, we deliberated in the entire workshop that was comprising of all the higher educational institutions of Apeejay, along with the Apeejay Satya University. And resource person was Professor J.K. Sharma, eminent speaker in the field of NAC accreditation. And everyone was realizing to what extent the research methodology and the research techniques, the research design, etc., it is important. Reason being, whenever we are talking about the teaching fraternity, it is always about when you are preparing a balanced scorecard of a faculty member in which area they are supposed to contribute. I must say, if 40 to 50% is the teaching methods or the teaching pedagogy and everything, I must say around 20 to 25% or 30% must be the research-based outcomes. And when the atmosphere will be like this, all the faculty members, they are contributing much towards the research. Definitely, it will be going to be a wonderful teaching criteria and practices. So today, workshop comprising of inaugural session and 2 technical sessions. And we are really delighted, and I formally welcome the first resource person of the inaugural session, Professor Vikas Choudhary. As stated by my colleague Kanika, Sir is having vast experience in the different dimensions, and definitely in the 3 sessions, we are going to learn from all the 3 resource person in a big way. Dr. Vikas Choudhary is going to cover research designs. Then Dr. Navdeep Aggarwal, Professor, Punjab Agriculture University, Ludhiana, going to cover research tools and techniques. And I also welcome Dr. Arvind Dhingra, who is, I think, also present in the inaugural session as well. He is going to cover writing a research proposal. Dear Vikasji, when we were deliberating about the research methodology and the research publications, we felt a extreme desire how to go for the good papers in the journals and magazines of high impact factor, like Scoopers, Emerald, and all that. And I'm quite optimistic by having today's workshop. We are able to learn a lot many areas from your side how to go for good research publication. So how research design to be taken into consideration in such a way that these can be accepted by the journals of repute, so that the faculty can be benefited by having the citations and the impact factor. And we know nowadays, not nowadays, in past as well as in future as well, definitely the research publications, they are going to be in a big So really, once again, I welcome you all at this platform, and definitely, hopefully, we will see you in our campus in future too. Research and Development Cell of our campus, Apeejay Institute of Management and Engineering. The coordinators are Dr. Anusahi and Dr. Kalwant Kaur. They are contributing much, and I'm sure with the vision of these coordinators and all the faculty members, we are having appropriate workshops, seminars, and then the research culture in our campus. So thank you so much, sir. And by not taking much of time, definitely we would like to listen from all the 3 resource person in this workshop, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for joining.
Well, without much ado, I guess it's time to get started with the workshop. I request our Honorable Resource Person, Professor Vikas Choudhary, to kindly take over from here.
Thank you, madam. Let me share the screen. Just a moment. Screen is visible, I think.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, sure. So once again, I thank the organizing committee of this workshop, the one-day workshop on research methodology, which is organized by the Research Development Cell of the Apeejay Institute of Management and Engineering, Jalandhar. I thank Dr. Rajiv Baggaji, the director of the institute, as well as the coordinator of the workshop, Dr. Anusahi, for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to deliberate with the young faculty members who are aspiring to be in the field of research for their further, upgradation in the academic field, and giving me this opportunity to be the keynote speaker and speaking on research design. So I once again, you can say, thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity. So I start with the research design. This will be the content of the presentation which I will take up, right? Little bit introduction about what actually research is all about, because we must have to understand what is the research actually, right? What are the objectives of the research, significance of the research in the field, the tenets of research design, certain elements of research design, characteristics of research design, and the more, I think this सारी presentation में सबसे important चीज जो है, that will be the classification of the research design. And I lastly just give you a little idea about what is the research process. So this will be the way I'll move ahead in my presentation. Now you take the first thing, right? The research is what? Research is an academic activity, right? Which we all in the academic field are well versed with the research thing, because like the sir said just now, that to evaluate anybody in the academic field, teaching is an integral part of every teacher, right? A teacher is supposed to teach the students, right? It's an integral part of the duty. But his overall evaluation is taken into account the way he has conducted the research, the way he has certain publication, like sir said, good publication, because gone are the days, when you had those kind of publication, which nowadays are not recognized that way. Though that is not a good thing, basically, I would say, because now the whole focus has been on what? The Scopus or SCI or all these things. But that doesn't mean that other publications are not good. Maybe say 10 years back, these things are not there in the field. If they were there, they were in a very minute way, you can say. The focus was not there. The focus was there on referred publication, good journals, you can say. And then the things came in the last 5 years. We have UGC listed journal, UGC care list now. And otherwise, usse pehle, a Google Scholar used to be a good criteria of judging somebody's research, right? And putting the publication into the reputed journal. So, ab wo cheezein, obviously, they are not there, right? We are all, going through the Scopus thing and UGC care thing. And usme kya hua hai? Usme lot of things, but I have seen the commercialization part has taken place. It has become a cartel. Aaj agar aapko apna paper publish karna hai, it is not a difficult thing. You can easily go and pay the money and you can get the publication done. और आपका evaluation कोई कल को ये नहीं देखेगा कि आपने पेमेंट दिया है क्या दिया है. आपके पास स्कोपस है कितने पेपर हैं? 10 पेपर हैं. मेरे पास एक भी नहीं है. उस तरीके से आप उसको evaluate करेंगे, which is not a good way to evaluate. The good way to evaluate basically is see the research credential of the person, see the knowledge which a person may have, right? Just having this 10, 15, 20 publication and by this or that way is not going to give you the exact credential. But hota kya hai, hum uske base pe apne kisi bhi institute mein, अच्छे institute में किसी faculty को ले लेते हैं, and then we see that okay, he doesn't know anything, right? तो वो जो चीज है, that is more important, I would say. तो उस तरीके से अगर हम देखें तो research is basically what? It is a search for knowledge. जो आप देख रहे हैं, मैंने लिखा भी है यहाँ पे. It is a search for knowledge. Research. दोबारा से चीज को खोजना. एक चीज ऑलरेडी है सिस्टम में, लेकिन हमें उसके ऊपर क्या करना है? We need to find out a better thing basically based upon that. So research is researching the already available literature in the domain, and based upon that finding out certain things and giving a new dimension to a already existing phenomena in the whole can say stream. So you can see again it is a voyage of discovery also. The way we can discover the new thing, new ideas are there, right? We all have are still passing through this pandemic, the COVID-19, right? 19 ka 22 aa gaya basically, and still we all are into this field. So what we have seen, new ways of carrying on the things, right? Ye sari cheezein, when certain things come into the population, come into the stream, so we are basically forced to go along with that. New ways of logistic management. I don't think 3 years before down the line, how many of you have been familiarized with the online delivery or all these things with Amazon and all that, right? But now I think everything has come from them, right? The logistic management, which was under threat to a larger extent, has been managed by such kind of say, means available to us, right? See, research kahan se aati hai? Research का सबसे बड़ा important aspect है inquisitiveness. If we do not have that inquisitiveness in our mind to go for new things, हम कई बार देखते हैं ना कि अगर ये चीज ऐसे की बजाय ऐसे हो जाए तो बहुत बढ़िया होगा, right? तो ये क्या है? This is what inquisitiveness, and this inquisitiveness basically what it does, it is the mother of all knowledge, and the method which a researcher may follow to ensure that these kind of things are taken into account, and that is how the overall research may take place. So this is what we are able to actually employ for the overall thinking. So that is where we have to understand that these things will become more important into the research part, right? So research basically it is an original contribution to the existing stock of knowledge available into the process. हम research gap क्यों निकालते हैं? Research का सबसे बड़ा important चीज जो है research gap है. जब तक रिसर्च गैप नहीं निकाले जाएंगे तरीके से या अच्छे मेथोडोलॉजी से, इट विल क्रिएट अ प्रॉब्लम फॉर द रिसर्चर. हम जल्दबाजी में क्या करते हैं? वी जस्ट फाइनलाइज द होल थिंग दिस वे और दैट वे एंड वी फोकस ऑन द थिंग. उससे क्या होता है? वी आर समटाइम व्हेन वी इवैल्यूएट द पीएचडी थीसिस, इट कीप्स कमिंग टू आवर अस. वी फाइंड 7, 8, 10 ऑब्जेक्टिव्स आर देयर. अब वो जितना ज्यादा आपने उसको डाइवर्ज कर दिया, जितना ज्यादा आपने उसको फैला दिया, आप उसको कल को जब उसको बाइंड करने लगेंगे एक पर्टिकुलर चीज में, वो कर ही नहीं पाएंगे. फोकस अप्रोच एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. तो रिसर्च के लिए एक फोकस अप्रोच का होना बहुत जरूरी है. जो हमारे यंग रिसर्चर हैं, हु आर young faculty or who are aspiring to join this academic field, they have to learn, understand one and learn one particular thing, that the research is not done in this way. Research के लिए आपका focus approach होना बहुत जरूरी है. Unless you are a focus approach, the research will only remain a formality, and this will spoil the career. Because nowadays, like sir also said, and I also believe the same way, to move ahead in the career, your credentials are going to be evaluated much largely on your research potential, the project, the publication, the PhD you guide, or the way you conduct the research. All these things are going to be there. So that way research need to be understood in that particular reference. Then you can see further, the search for knowledge through objective systematic method of finding solution to the problem is basically research, right? Research, I've given you one definition also. Research comprises defining and redefining the processes, formulating the hypothesis, and suggesting solution. I'll stop there and then explain the other part there. It is what basically defining and redefining the problem. See, problem statement. Abhi research design ke aage mein features mein I will elements mein I will touch that part also. A proper problem statement is very important thing. Unless you have a proper problem statement, you may not be able to go through to the whole process of finding a solution to that problem statement. So isliye we say research is comprising the defining and redefining the problem as possible, so that you are able to find out a focus for that particular thing, right? Then formulating hypothesis or suggesting some solution. Sometimes what happens, we have to formulate the hypothesis also. We have to assume certain things, assumptions are going to be there, and then we have to find present certain kind of say suggested solution also. Collecting and organizing and evaluating the data, that is the second part of that. Once you have focused on the problem statement और आपको लगता है कि ये आपका desired solution हो सकता है, then you have to go ahead and collect the data, organize the data, analyze the data, evaluate the data, whole process, and a lot of tools need to be implemented in that. Then you have to find out certain conclusion, and at last we have to carefully test the conclusion to determine whether they fit the formulating hypothesis. हम यही करते हैं ना, जितने भी हम लोग हैं, हम रिसर्च में यही करते हैं. We formulate the hypothesis in the beginning and then carry on the whole process by adopting a lot of tools and techniques or data collection, जो भी हमारा analysis and interpretation part है. The moment we come to the last thing, we say hypothesis is tested, hypothesis is validated, whatever we assume, we are able to formulate that thing that the hypothesis is fine. So this is one of the finest definition I have found in the literature by Clifford Woody. Maybe more definition would be there, but as I said, what I felt, that is the one of the best definition what I found. So that is something which every budding researcher has to focus on that, right? So a process hai. You cannot jump the process, or you cannot you can say dilute the process. You have to follow this process for coming along to a particular kind of say good research, I would say result oriented research, I would say again. Then focus on the research design, not designing. किसी भी चीज का डिजाइन, प्रोडक्ट का आप देख लीजिए, मार्केट में प्रोडक्ट आता है, द डिजाइनिंग बिकम्स ए वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग, राइट? प्रोडक्ट को डिजाइन, इनोवेटिव डिजाइन है कि नहीं है, नया डिजाइन है कि नहीं है. हम आईपीआर में क्या करते हैं, पेटेंट या जो भी ये चीजें आती हैं, तो एक कमर्शियलाइजेशन इसका अगर इसका पॉसिबल है तो वो ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, राइट? अगर आपने कोई चीज बना दी, उसका कोई सोसाइटी के लिए बेनिफिट नहीं है, तो देन आई डोंट थिंक वी एक्चुअली काउंट दैट थिंग कि ये कोई नई चीज है. ठीक है, वो नया एक आइडिया है, बट वो किसी को यूजफुलनेस नहीं दे रहा, राइट? तो रिसर्च डिजाइन क्या है बेसिकली? दैट इज द फ्रेमवर्क ऑफ रिसर्च मेथड एंड टेक्निक्स बाय अडॉप्टेड बाय अ रिसर्चर. तो व्हाटएवर मेथड यू आर गोइंग टू फॉलो, व्हाटएवर हम कई बार कहते हैं ना, मॉडल क्या आपका, आपने रिसर्च में मॉडल क्या लगाया, तो जो मॉडल और जो मेथड है वो डिजाइनिंग है बेसिकली, राइट? आप अपनी किसी भी प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट को डिफाइन करके उसको एक पर्टिकुलर जो शेप देंगे, राइट? उसको एक पर्टिकुलर जो एक यू कैन से एक हम हिंदी में बात करें रंग रूप देंगे इसको, तो वो आपका डिजाइन है. दैट इज द रिसर्च डिजाइन बेसिकली, राइट? एंड दिस डिजाइन विल बी अलाउइंग द रिसर्चर टू hone in on their research skill, so that these are suitable for your subject matter. Subject matter क्या आपका? That is the research question, the problem statement you have identified, and that is how the process will initiate, and you will be on a right track to achieve whatever you want to achieve from that particular research, right? Now, design of a research topic explains the type of the research, whether it is experimental, सर्वे रिसर्च है, कॉरलेशनल है, सेमी एक्सपेरिमेंटल है, या उसके जो सब टाइप्स हैं, एक्सपेरिमेंटल या डिस्क्रिप्टिव स्टडी है या डायग्नोस्टिक स्टडी है. दीज आर गोइंग टू बी कमिंग आउट ऑफ फ्रॉम व्हाट? the designing part. The way you have designed your research, these things will be giving you the answer of the question. See, an impactful research usually creates a minimum bias in the data and increases the trust in the accuracy of the collected data. See, sometimes we just generalize the thing as very early, right? आपने सैंपल लिया 10 या 20 का अपनी कंफर्टेबिलिटी के हिसाब से आपने इसको जनरलाइज कर दिया, बट दैट इज नॉट गोइंग टू सॉल्व द प्रॉब्लम. हम समटाइम वी सी द टॉपिक ए एनालिटिकल स्टडी ऑफ सो एंड सो इन द नॉर्दर्न एरिया. अब आपने नॉर्दर्न एरिया तो कह दिया, नॉर्दर्न एरिया में कितने स्टेट्स आते हैं, राइट? एंड देन आप जब हम सैंपल की बात करने लगे तो सैंपल क्या दिखता है, 100 का, 200 का, 500 का. आप एक नॉर्दर्न एरिया को ले रहे हैं और आप 200 या 500 का सैंपल लेके चलेंगे, हाउ यू विल जनरलाइज द रिजल्ट? उसमें डाटा में बायस आपका रहेगा ही रहेगा. एंड टू अवॉइड दैट बायस बेसिकली वी नीड टू फोकस ऑन सम फॉर्मूला बेस्ड सैंपल स्टडी, राइट? आप किस तरीके से सैंपल आपने चूज किया, उसमें आपने अर्बन रूरल दोनों को प्रॉपर you have given the representation, you have given the representation to almost every part of the population, so that when you are going to give the overall picture of the research, you can say that there is a minimum bias in the data, right? Biases को खत्म करने का एक और तरीक भी क्या है कि आप जो है सैंपल चूज करते हुए पार्शियल ना हो. अब हम कई बार क्या करते हैं ना, कन्वीनियंट बेस्ड सैंपलिंग ले लेते हैं कि ये तो इजी है, यहाँ से सारा सैंपल ले लिया और उसको बाद में आपने डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर दिया अपने अकॉर्डिंगली. वो चीज नहीं होनी चाहिए. सैंपलिंग की टेक्निक को आपको अच्छे से समझना होगा, राइट? एज ए रिसर्चर दैट विच टेक्निक इज गुड. कन्वीनियंट सैंपलिंग ठीक है, कुछ केसेस में वो पॉसिबल हो सकता है, बट व्हेन यू हैव टू जनरलाइज द रिजल्ट, व्हेन यू वांट टू अवॉइड द बायसनेस इन द होल डाटा और द रिसर्च, you cannot be only dependent upon the convenience sampling, right? तो convenience sampling को छोड़ना पड़ेगा, आपको एक generalized way of sampling लेना पड़ेगा. उसके बाद ही वो जो डिजाइन, जो आपका रिसर्च डिजाइन होगा, if it produce the least margin of error in the research, is generally considered the desired outcome, जो आपका desired outcome को मैच करेगा, right? तो रिसर्च डिजाइन को समझने की हमें यहाँ पे जरूरत इस तरीके से है. Then comes the very very important thing again, objectives of the research. You have to understand what is the objective of the research basically, right? To gain familiarity with the phenomena or to achieve new things, right? Or to look into the existing thing in a new way, right? That is how you formulate certain things. That is how you explore the existing area. Exploratory research क्या हुआ basically? Exploratory research क्या है कि जो already system में है phenomena में, उसको आपने उसके साथ आपने अपनी familiarity बनाई and उसको study करके you are going into the new direction, and that way you are exploring the new things into the existing literature already available in the system. So first objective your research का है, that is this. Second thing is to portray accurately the characteristics of a particular situation or a group. Descriptive research जिसको हम कई बार कह देते हैं, right? कि जो आपको लग रहा है कि किसी पर्टिकुलर पॉपुलेशन में सर्टेन थिंग्स आर देयर, उसको आपको एक्यूरेटली पोर्ट्रे करना पड़ेगा. समटाइम हम देखते हैं ना, हम कई बार रिसर्चर को देखते हैं जब उनके प्रेजेंटेशन देखते हैं दैट उन्होंने अपनी ईज के लिए, अपनी कन्वीनियंस के लिए रिजल्ट को चेंज करके वहां पे रख दिया. अब आप उसको एक्यूरेटली पोर्ट्रे नहीं कर रहे. जो आपका डेटा शुड हैव शोन द रिजल्ट, you have just you can say avoided those results to come into the public domain, और उससे आपका जो रिसर्च का पूरा जो प्रोसेस है that will be diluted. This should not be the case. Sometimes it happens that we are fearful कि बहुत टाइम लग रहा है रिसर्च को बाइंड करने में, and we are sometimes confused also. तो उसका जो पर्पस ये नहीं है कि आप उसको कट शॉर्ट कर दें, या आप उसमें जो है चीजों को when you are going to portray them in a different way कि अपनी कन्वीनियंस के बेस पे, तो वो that will not give you the desired result. So to achieve those desired results, you have to portray the things in a accurately way. Third thing is to determine the frequency with which something occurs and with which it is associated with something else also. Diagnostic research. Diagnostic में we diagnose the thing to the lower level, to the last level basically we can say. So you have to see this thing कि one thing is like say अगर हम example की बात करूँ यहाँ पे कि अगर सपोज करिए आपकी इनकम बढ़ती है तो आपके एक्सपेंडिचर पे उसका क्या इम्पैक्ट पड़ता है. तो यू हैव टू डायग्नोज, हालांकि ये कॉरलेशन का पार्ट भी है, पर व्हेन यू हैव टू डायग्नोज द थिंग्स इन सच ए वे, यू हैव टू सी दैट की फ्रीक्वेंसी क्या है. अगर एक बार उसका इम्पैक्ट आया, दोबारा नहीं आया, या आपने 10 या 15 बार एक चीज को ट्राई किया, 1 या 2 बार आपको रिजल्ट मिला, इसका मतलब कि दैट मींस यू आर नॉट एबल टू डायग्नोज द थिंग्स इन ए प्रॉपर वे. सो दैट इज द अनदर ऑब्जेक्टिव व्हिच ए रिसर्च शुड गिव. Another thing is, which I already have mentioned in the last slide also, to test a hypothesis of a causal relationship between the variables. Hypothesis testing approach. That is a wonderful approach to gain the good result in the research. Unless sometimes I have seen certain researches where no hypothesis is there. People say, when you go for the argument from them, they say, we have taken a theory, or we have done this in this particular way, and no hypothesis is there. Hypothesis testing approach is one of the logical approach, I would say, jiske base pe you have formed your whole research, your whole theory, your whole assumption, and at the end, when you validate the research based on the hypothesis testing process, you find that actually the results are matching with you. So that is the way these objectives should be understood in the research part also. Then I move to certain things, significance. I think these are all familiar everybody. Research क्यों ज़्यादा important है, चाहे हमारे अपने social sciences में देखिए, sciences में देखिए, even applied economics में है, या business और economy as a whole है. Even government has to depend upon a lot of researches. So to all government policy जो economic system में है, they are all based upon the researches, right? So research is that way provide the basis for such kind of thing. It has a special significance in solving various operational and planning problems of business and industry. A lot of industrial problems are also solved with the research. जो applied field है, applied field को हम क्यों कहते हैं? Applied research का मतलब क्या है? Applied research basically is related to where we can apply the research to solve the problems of the industry or the business domain. So research is significance in that part also. It is also important for social scientists in studying social relationship. अभी आपको मैंने बताया ना, income expenditure, age से आप human behavior को correlate कर सकते हैं, right? And seeking answer to various social problem. तो आपके gender bias है decision making में, population में जो भी आपके tenets है, उन सबको study करने के लिए what we go for? We normally go for the research in the social scientist field. Social sciences में research का बहुत बड़ा एक importance है. Our whole social sciences are based upon the effective research, I would say. So research is significance basically based upon that particular thing. Then moving ahead, like I said, some good tenets of research design. The principle जिसके base पे आपका जो designing part है, that will be standing on, right? So first thing is convert the research question and stated assumption into operational variables that can be measured. See, something which we cannot measure cannot be a good research, right? Measurement का मतलब क्या हुआ? आप तभी कह पाएंगे that your research is effective or efficient. To ensure that your research is effective, your research is good research, you can say, it must have the quality of being measured. Anything which is unmeasurable, something which you cannot measure, you cannot say with guarantee that this may have impacted that particular phenomena, right? It means that you have just carrying on the research without making it applicable to certain kind of say measurement technique. हम जो research में बात करते हैं ना, measurement and scaling techniques की, they are that way very, very important. So designing part is one principle of that research design is that you need to convert your question and your assumption into operational variables, which is very, very important for the research design. Second tenet is specify the process that would be followed to complete the above task. अब आपको प्रोसेस के ऊपर आना है, राइट? हम रिसर्च, अभी मैं लास्ट में मैंने थोड़ा आपको बताया ना, लास्ट में रिसर्च प्रोसेस का एक डायग्राम आई विल शो यू टू गिव यू लिटिल बिट अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ दैट. रिसर्च प्रोसेस स्टार्ट कैसे होता है, राइट? प्रोसेस को स्टार्ट करने के लिए सबसे पहली चीज क्या आपने मैंने को बताया इनिशियली, द प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट इज देयर, राइट? द प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट यू हैव टू डिफाइन. Unless you define the problem statement, you cannot start the process, I would say. Then what we do? We do the literature survey to find out what is existing, what is there in the literature already there. आप उसको जब उसको उसके बेस पे you will try to say something new, it has to have a base of your existing literature survey, और जो दोनों के बीच का जो gap है, that will be your research. Right? If suppose somebody say an analytical analysis of say profitability and productivity of the banking industry, right? For example, right? अब आपने उसके बेस पे लिटरेचर सर्वे किया, अब आप नया चीज क्या लाना चाह रहे हैं? बट बिकॉज 5 साल के बाद आपने वही डाटा दोबारा उठाकर दे दिया, नई चीज क्या लेके आए आप, राइट? सो जो रिसर्च गैप्स हैं, they need to be focused in a very focused manner, and literature survey will tell you that where you stand, where the other studies stand, and out of that kind of thing, you need to cover the gaps, and that way you are going to give the whole solution to the existing problem. So specify the process that would be followed to complete the above task as efficiently and economically as possible. That is the second tenet of the research design. Then specify the control mechanism to ensure that the effect of other variables that could impact the outcome of the study has been minimized or negated. Sometimes we go with the variables, dependent variables and non-dependent variables, right? Basically, we choose these two kind of the variables into the study. So when you you have to specify what are your control variables, because these control variables will be able to helping you to find out the solution where the biasness part or the things which are out of the control will be minimized. जितना वो minimize होगा, उतना आपका जो research का जो process है, जो research की जो validity है, that will be more into the system. So these are the three tenets of the research design which every researcher should take into account while formulating the research problem into the whole domain. Then some elements, like I said, कुछ बहुत ज़्यादा difficult नहीं है to understand, but a little bit about that I will be able to narrate that.
Sir, I would like to add one thing over here.
Yes, yes.
Please guide us that the most difficult part is literature review. Like at times, you get fed up of reading those papers again and again. So what I feel is many of the times the second most important aspect, which you have very beautifully touched upon, that review of literature is actually the core of research.
Yes,
it is the heart of the research.
yes.
So what should be done to develop that habit of doing that literature review in the aggressive manner?
Yes. And then see, one more thing I would like to tell you. Literature review is a base of your research, the backbone of your research, as you said, right? One more thing into literature review we have to understand. Sometimes we see that when somebody will come up and say, okay, sir, 50 studies कर ली हमने. अब 50 स्टडी कर ली और सपोज करो आपके पॉपुलेशन में 500 स्टडीज अवेलेबल हैं, तो आपने उसमें से निकाला क्या? कुछ भी नहीं. तो लिटरेचर व्यू नीड टू बी डन इन अ वेरी रिगोरस मैनर, and then we have to take into account both the studies, the older studies also and the contemporary studies also. Gone are the days कि आपने जहां पिछली 20 स्टडी उठा ली और उसके बेस पे आपने उसको कनेक्ट करके छोड़ दिया. जो कंटेम्प्रेरी रिसर्च हो रहा है, and then the research which is being conducted outside your country also. Sometimes we leave those things. We have to take into account those things also. And जितना वो वेरिएबल बेस्ड लिटरेचर रिव्यू होगा, अगर सपोज करिए आपने एक प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट में 5 वेरिएबल ले लिए, राइट, और आपने लिटरेचर रिव्यू करा 1 या 2 का, तो आपकी तो लिटरेचर वहीं पे ही अधूरी रह गई, राइट. So literature survey need to be conducted variable wise also. You have to divide the variables into such way. हो सकता है कुछ वेरिएबल कॉमन भी होते हैं, उनमें कुछ अटैचमेंट भी रहती है, तो उसको उस तरीके से भी हम ले सकते हैं. तो लिटरेचर भी can be conducted into 2, 3, 4 parts also, and then you come to a tabular form where you analyze that कि ये जो रिसर्च थी इसमें ये वेरिएबल से ये मॉडल लगाया गया, and these were the things, and then you अब उसके बाद आपका रोल आता है, क्योंकि ये तो आपने क्या किया, ये तो आपने वो चीजें कर ली जो ऑलरेडी आपके पास अवेलेबल थी. अब उसके बेस पे आप क्या कहना चाह रहे हो, यहाँ आपका अपना जो रिसर्चर का जो एनालिटिकल पार्ट है वो यहाँ पे सिस्टम में आता है, एंड दैट इज हाउ द लिटरेचर व्यू बिकम सो इम्पोर्टेंट. सो एनीहाउ लिटरेचर व्यू तो एक अलग से भी
सॉरी टू इंटरप्ट, मे आई इंटरप्ट सर?
यस सर, यस, व्हाई नॉट
sir. Really in a very simplified way you are discussing all these points, and I'm sharing with you our 3 schools: School of Engineering, School of IT and School of Management. All the faculty members, they are attending this.
Okay.
So I hope in the end, in case if you can share or you can exemplify few of the best research designs, those are really the way how they are able to develop, and so that the faculty they can understand in such a way कि this way the best research design can be developed. So any 1 or 2 examples later on at the end of your session.
Okay. Let me while going ahead, I will be able to now focus on that thing in the mind also. Right, let us see how I'll able to solve that problem for you also, sir. Sure.
Right,
okay. So coming back on this thing, the elements of research design. Like I said, one thing which without which research cannot be or design cannot be decided is the accurate purpose or problem statement. See, sometimes we see researchers are becoming impatient जब उनको 3 या 4 6 महीने लग जाते हैं कि प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट डिफाइन नहीं हो रही है, या दे आर नॉट एबल टू डू दैट, एंड दे वांट टू जस्ट चेंज द टॉपिक कि इस पे तो काम हो ही नहीं पाएगा. तो रिसर्च जो आपकी जो प्रॉब्लम है, प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट है या पर्पस स्टेटमेंट है, दैट इज गोइंग टू बिकम द बेस ऑफ योर रिसर्च, राइट. जैसे हम मैनेजमेंट में फंक्शंस की बात करते हैं ना, प्लानिंग आपका बेस है, तो ये आपकी वो बेस है, राइट. इसके ऊपर आपकी सारी चीज खड़ी होनी आगे आने के लिए. तो यहाँ अगर थोड़ा दिन फालतू लग भी जाता है, थोड़ा टाइम आप स्पेंड कर भी लेते हो, तो हेवंस आर नॉट गोइंग टू फॉल. You will be on the right track later on, and whatever problem you are going to foresee in the later part will not be there, right, just because you have spent little bit more time in putting your base, giving your base a good you can say foundation, I would say. तो ये आपकी foundation है. तो जो purpose और accurate purpose और problem statement है, these are very very important for the research design. Then designs also include various sampling method and tool for collecting the data for the research. I already have talked about that. Sampling की आपकी techniques हैं, चाहे आपकी वो convenience sampling है, random है, या और जितनी भी आपकी टेक्निक्स हैं, और जो टूल्स हैं हम टेस्ट के लिए लगाते हैं, जेड टेस्ट, काई स्क्वायर टेस्ट, और all these kind of say tests are there to test the hypothesis of the problem. These are very very important and help you to after the data has been collected for the research. Designs guide the method used for data analysis. आपका जो रिसर्च डिजाइन है आपको गाइड करेगा. डिजाइन आपने एक बार बना लिया तो यू विल देन टेक यू आउट ऑफ दोज थिंग वन बाय वन, and then basically you will be able to analyze the data in a more effective way. Research design includes several type of research methodology also. That is another thing. It will help narrowing down to a probable objective of the research. See, this is where I focus in the beginning also, that what I feel, I have always seen that thing from my own experience. I'm telling you, maybe somebody may or may not agree with me. Objective of the research should not be more than 3 to 4 in any case. What I feel, I have from my own experience, I'm telling you, the more these objectives are, you are going nowhere. You are not going to bind those with. अब एंड में फिर आप क्या करेंगे, कुछ चीजों को छोड़ देंगे या कुछ चीजों को मिला के उसका रिजल्ट निकाल देंगे. एंड अल्टीमेट थिंग वुड बी योर रिसर्च वुड बी not result oriented. It will not be a good research. It will not be called a good research. Focus research के लिए आपको 3 या 4 ऑब्जेक्टिव लेके चलना होगा, राइट. आप कोई भी टॉपिक देख लें, आप उसको एनालाइज जब करने की कोशिश करेंगे तो 3 या 4 ऑब्जेक्टिव बहुत बहुत रहते हैं. एट दी मोस्ट इन सम केसेस हो सकता है कि 5वें की जरूरत पड़ जाए. वैसे अब मुझे लगता नहीं कि हम इससे ज्यादा की हमें सोचनी चाहिए. 3 या 4 ऑब्जेक्टिव हो आपके पास. क्या होगा, आप जब उसको बाइंड करेंगे रिसर्च में, आपने पहला इंट्रोडक्टरी पार्ट बनाया, देन आपने लिटरेचर व्यू का टॉपिक रखा, रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी उसमें आ गई, फिर आप क्या करेंगे, 3 या 4 आपके वो चैप्टर बन जाएंगे. एट दी एंड आप उसको कंक्लूड कर पाएंगे. अदरवाइज आप उसको कंक्लूड कर ही नहीं पाएंगे. इवन समटाइम सर्टेन थीसिस कम टू अस, 7 या 8 ऑब्जेक्टिव होते हैं, 400 पेज की वो थीसिस एक बार मेरे पास आ गई, आप उसको कहाँ से पढ़ पाओगे, आप उसको पढ़ ही नहीं सकते. अब है क्या कि ठीक है कहीं से आई है, आप उसको रिजेक्ट भी नहीं कर सकते. दोनों चीजें प्रॉब्लम में आ जाते हैं आप कई बार. फिर आप उसको रिवाइज करने के लिए भेजेंगे तो अगला सोचेगा कि पता नहीं क्या करके छोड़ दिया. तो इस तरह की चीजें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. आप फोकस रहे, नो इश्यू अबाउट दैट. फोकस रहे, ऐसा नहीं कि कोई हम कई बार देखते हैं ना, वो जमाने चले गए कि इस बच्चे ने तो लिखा ही कुछ नहीं है. आजकल तो बच्चे ने टू दी पॉइंट लिखा है तो थ्योरी में 10 में से 8 नंबर भी आ जाते हैं, 8.5 भी नंबर आ जाते हैं. हमारे टाइम में ठीक है नंबर 4 या 5 या आपको मुश्किल से 6 नंबर भी नहीं देता था. तो आप जो है कंटेक्स्ट की बात है, जो सब्जेक्ट मैटर है, दैट इज मोर इंपॉर्टेंट. हाउ यू बाइंड दैट सब्जेक्ट मैटर इनटू सर्टेन थिंग, that is the quality you have to show. So objective of the research need to be clarified in a much effective way. Then different design will require different setting. Obviously अगर आपका डिजाइन क्वांटिटेटिव है तो आपकी जो रिसर्च अप्रोच उस तरीके से चलेगी. If you have a qualitative research design, तो you will go by that also. If you have a diagnostic method, you will go by a different methodology. तो वो एक जो conduction of study है, that will be obviously different coming to that way. Research design also outline the general timeline it will take to conduct the different research method. See, आपको एक probable timeline जरूर decide करनी चाहिए कि आप जो काम लेके चल रहे हैं, how long it can continue, because you cannot go on for conducting research, right, for years together. ऐसा नहीं कि आपने 8 साल 9 साल इसी काम पे लगे रहेंगे. No, you have to ultimately bind that thing. तो आप जितना फोकस अप्रोच लेके चलेंगे, आई एम अगेन कमिंग टू दैट थिंग, द फोकस अप्रोच इज द हॉल मार्क ऑफ द योर स्टडी. जितना आप फोकस रहेंगे, फोकस मींस के यू विल नॉट गो हियर एंड देयर अगेन एंड अगेन. यू मस्ट नो एट द बिगिनिंग दैट व्हाट यू आर सपोज्ड टू डू एंड वेदर यू आर गोइंग ऑन द राइट डायरेक्शन और नॉट. The moment you are going into that way in a proper way, you will find that within the time frame, अगर आपने 3 या 3.5 साल का टारगेट रखा, हो सकता है 4 साल लग जाए, that is not a big thing, right? But इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि आप 8 साल 6 साल के बाद भी कई बार हम लोगों को देखते हैं they are changing the topic, यार ये तो काम हो ही नहीं पा रहा. उसका रिजल्ट क्या है कि आपने इनिशियली आपने जो है ना थॉट प्रोसेस नहीं लगाया कि आप कैसे इस चीज को लेके चलेंगे, एंड ऑब्वियसली योर टाइम फ्रेम विल बी देयर. सो टाइम फ्रेम इज ए वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग अगेन फॉर एवरी काइंड ऑफ रिसर्च टू complete it. As you cannot leave the research open ended for years together. So time frame is also very very important. एक general timeline हम सबको बनाना चाहिए, right? Research design will have the researcher narrow down to a particular measurement scale, so that is also another important thing. So at the end you can see these few words. Using an accurate research design will help your study be successful. Research studies that are successful and include the least amount of error provide important insights that are free of bias. So that way you have to go with that particular thing also. So elements of research design is basically giving you this idea. Then moving on to the characteristics of research design, right? 4 main characteristics are there: neutrality, reliability, validity, and generalization. These are the 4 kind of say features which every research design must have. I will take up one by one these things, right? You can see here. The first thing is the neutrality. You may have to make that whatever data you have selected, it is based on the free from bias and neutrality, right? Partiality नहीं होनी चाहिए. आपको मैंने बताया ना कि if you are taking a convenience sampling, तो वहां पे कहीं ना कहीं आपका जो न्यूट्रलिटी या बायसनेस है दैट विल बी देयर. आप कितना भी अवॉइड कर लें, यू विल नॉट बी एबल टू अवॉइड दैट सर्टेन थिंग, राइट? वो कुछ एक चीजों में तो पॉसिबल है. जहाँ आपकी पॉपुलेशन बहुत छोटी है, उसमें से आपने सैंपल निकालना, वहां तो पॉसिबल है. आपने एक बहुत बड़ा एरिया ले लिया और आप उसको स्टडी करने के लिए कन्वीनियंस सैंपलिंग लगाएंगे, तो न्यूट्रलिटी विल नॉट बी देयर. So neutrality is one feature of the research design where you have to show that the result which you are going to show at the end of your research, when you have finished the research, these are free from your any kind of biasness or neutrality. See, some percentage of biasness ऑलवेज देयर, वो रहती है सिस्टम में, आप उसको छोड़ भी नहीं सकते. 0% तो नहीं हो सकता, बट देन यू कैनॉट बिल्ड योर रिसर्च solely on the basis of the biasness. That will ruin the research, I would say. Then reliability. With regularly conducted research, the researcher expects similar results every time. Your design should indicate the research quotient to ensure the standard of result. Whatever design you have, you will only be able to reach the expected result if your design is reliable. If you have copied the design and उस design को उस researcher ने किसी और situation में लगाया होगा, which now you are not able to put it in a proper way, so that way your research will be zero, right? What new you are going to give into the research? So reliability is one important thing. You have to ensure that the result, the research stand the reliability part also, in addition to the neutrality. Then your validity. There are, like I told you earlier, so many tools are available. You can have standard error, you can have correlation, regression, you can have z-test, chi-square test. So many tools are there. Correct measuring tools are those which help a researcher to gauge according to the objective of the research. So whatever objective you have chosen, based upon that, ऐसा नहीं कि फलाने तो chi-square लगाया था, मैं भी chi-square लगाऊंगा. See, अब बैंकिंग में आप जब स्टडी करते हैं, you can go by the hypothesis testing also, you can go by the data envelopment analysis also, you can go by some other kind of tools also. तो different parameters हैं. ऐसा नहीं कि एक रिसर्चर ने अगर एक टूल लगाया तो आप भी वही टूल लगाएंगे. Not entirely true, I would say. So that is why literature review कराई किस लिए जाता है? इसलिए किया जाता है कि whatever tools majority of the researchers have employed, and so you can imply those tools in addition to your own models or tools also. So validity system में तभी आएगी. So you have to see that based upon the objective, you are putting the tools to test so that your research is valid. If your research is invalid, your results are not matching. मैंने आपको बताया ना कि sometimes वो see that result match ही नहीं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अब उसको आपको मैच कराना है तो आप उसको अपने कागजों में चेंज कर देंगे, डाटा आपका पड़ा रहेगा, तो वो रिजल्ट आपकी वैलिडिटी आपने शो तो कर दी, but then your research is not valid at all, right? So that need to be looked into. Generalization. This should apply to a major part of the population, then only a restricted sample. मैंने आपको initially भी बताया कि research which cannot be generalized, an idea which cannot be generalized, will not be a good thing. A generalized research or design है, it implies that your survey can be conducted on any part of the population, right? हम अब साइंसेज में हम क्या करते हैं, प्रिंसिपल्स है ना साइंसेज में, रूल्स आर देयर, न्यूटन के लॉ हैं, चाहे मैं अप्लाई करूं, चाहे आप अप्लाई करें, चाहे कोई और कोई अप्लाई करे, वो रिजल्ट सेम ही आएगा. तो जनरलाइजेशन का मतलब ये है कि मेजर पार्ट ऑफ पॉपुलेशन शुड बी कवर्ड इनटू दैट वे, एंड यू कैन से दैट योर रिजल्ट्स कैन बी जनरलाइज, क्योंकि आपने जब सैंपल को कलेक्ट किया तो यू हैव नॉट शोन एनी पार्शियलिटी, you have not shown any kind of biasness into that. So then at the end now you can say that your result is generalized. अगर आपकी वो रिजल्ट का फायदा 100 के सैंपल में से 10 या 15 को हो रहा है तो योर रिजल्ट कैन नॉट बी जनरलाइज. हाँ, 80 पर 90 को हो रहा है, जितना ज्यादा वो आगे जाएगा उतना यू कैन से योर रिसर्च इज जनरलाइज. सो दीज आर द 4 इंपॉर्टेंट फीचर्स ऑफ रिसर्च डिजाइन ऑल्सो. न्यूट्रलिटी शुड बी देयर, reliability should be there, validity of the research, and generalization of the research, that again need to be looked into. Then we move on to the important part of the topic, like I said earlier, the classification of research design, which I think all of you must understand, right? So when we go for the research design, we see broadly तो हम दो ही चीजों की बात करते हैं, quantitative and qualitative, right? Either way you can put it, चाहे उसको पहले रखें चाहे नंबर 2 पे रखें, doesn't make a difference, I would say, right? और then you are having a sub classification also. ये और भी चीजें इसमें आती हैं, descriptive research design, experimental research design, correlational research design, diagnostic research design, and explanatory research design. So I'll focus on now these maybe you can say 7 kind of research design to certain extent, to give you give the delegates or jo bhi young faculty members who are attending the workshop a little bit idea that what kind of research design should be there in different situations. उसके लिए आपको इसमें कुछ वो भी मिल जाएंगे सिचुएशन भी, तो जो डॉक्टर अजीब बग्गा जी कह रहे थे कि आप कुछ एक बता पाएंगे, तो कुछ यहाँ कवर हो जाएगा, बाकी when somebody will have some questions, so उसमें I think I would be able to cover that thing. So I'll move on this thing first of all. What is the quantitative research design, right? I think yes, this will give you a little bit clarity also. जो लोग हैं वो देख भी पाएंगे. Quantitative research design is the first thing I would take in the broad classification. It is referred to as the process of collecting as well as analyzing the numerical data. Quantitative because we are going to quantify something, and then there need to be a kind of say numerical data. It is used to find patterns. ये आपको example मिल गया यहाँ पे. It is used to find the patterns into the variables, averages, prediction, cause-effect relationship between the variables being studied. So whatever variable you are studying, आप सपोज करिए इनकम एक्सपेंडिचर, मैं फिर एग्जांपल दे देता हूँ, आप उसको स्टडी कर रहे हैं, तो जो क्वांटिटेटिव रिसर्च डिजाइन है दैट विल बेसिकली गिव यू दी पैटर्न्स कि कितनी बार इनकम बढ़ने से उसका इम्पैक्ट एक्सपेंडिचर पे कितना आता है, राइट? एवरेज इम्पैक्ट कितना आएगा, आप क्या प्रेडिक्ट कर सकते हैं कि जब ऐसी चीज होती रहेगी तो इसका इम्पैक्ट आगे भी इस तरीके से आता रहेगा, लाइक दैट. So that is how we say cause-effect relationship between the variables being studied. So quantitative research design is basically studied in those situations where we have to study the numerical data. It is also used to generalize the result of a particular study to the population in consideration, right? Quantitative research is widely used in both natural and social sciences, चाहे आपकी फिजिकल साइंसेज है, क्योंकि वहां भी हम डाटा इकट्ठा करते हैं. आपने देखा होगा, मैंने तो खैर कई बार अपने इंस्टीट्यूट में देखा है, आपने भी शायद गौर किया हो कि जो हमारे साइंसेज के जो फैकल्टी हैं, जो फिजिक्स में या केमिस्ट्री में, वो बैठ रहे थे. मैं कई बार देखता रहा, जब मैंने नया एनआईटी ज्वाइन किया था, मैं देखता रहा क्या करते रहते हैं सारे दिन, ये बैठ रहे हैं, उसके सामने वो सैंपल चल रहा है, वो उसको लिखते रहते हैं घंटे घंटे के बाद. तब वो मुझे अब समझ आता है, बाद में समझ आने लगा कि ये आपका सारा जो सिस्टम है, ये वो उस जो एक्सपेरिमेंटल है वो सारा चल रहा है कि इसको उन्होंने यहाँ नोट कर लिया, फिर पूरा मैं देखता रहा रजिस्टर ही भरे होते थे. तो ये नेचुरल साइंसेज में भी, क्योंकि वहां भी आपका न्यूमेरिकल डाटा ही है, राइट? और इसी तरीके से हमारे सोशल साइंसेज में तो खैर ये है ही है, क्योंकि हम जितनी भी स्टडीज करते हैं, चाहे वो सपोज करिए म्यूचुअल फंड में है, बैंकिंग में है, इकोनॉमिक्स में है, या आपके इवन दिस साइकोलॉजी में है, राइट? वी गो विद द ह्यूमन बिहेवियर को स्टडी करने की बात करते हैं, राइट? या कोई भी एक फिनोमिना लेके उसको स्टडी करने की बात करते हैं, तो उसी के अंदर आ जाता है. तो इट इज वाइडली यूज्ड इन बोथ नेचुरल एंड सोशल sciences. Quantitative research provides actionable insights which are essential for the growth of the company also. तो जो भी आपका न्यूमेरिकल बेस्ड इंफॉर्मेशन है, आप देखिए जितनी भी ये जो कंपनीज है, मैंने डिक्लेयर द रिजल्ट्स, राइट, तो उस रिजल्ट के बेस पे ही जो कंपनी की ग्रोथ पैटर्न डिसाइड करते हैं, राइट। वी से ना कि द रिजल्ट ऑफ द कंपनी इन दिस क्वार्टर आर बेटर देन द लास्ट क्वार्टर और लोअर देन द लास्ट क्वार्टर, एंड वी टेक सम काइंड ऑफ से actions so that the company growth can continue and company can grow better in the coming years, right? So that is how quantitative research designs are basically analyzed. Then we come to the second broad classification, the qualitative research design. Qualitative research can be defined as a method used for market research which aims at obtaining data through open-ended question and conversation with the intended consumers. Sometimes you see that companies go for the survey, right? Companies conduct those market research surveys also, right? और जो आपका intended consumers है, आपने 100 का सैंपल लेना है या 200 का आपने एक पर्टिकुलर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में लेना है या एरिया में लेना है, right? तो based on that, go with the open-ended question, and that is how the qualitative research design is conducted. It determines the relationship between the collected data and observation based on the mathematical calculation. कंपनी की कैलकुलेशन क्या है किसी प्रोडक्ट को लॉन्च करने के बारे में, और जो डाटा कलेक्ट किया गया जो इंटेंडेड कस्टमर से, व्हाट इज देयर ओपिनियन, उसको दे विल ट्राई टू मैच ईच अदर, एंड दैट इज हाउ वी से इट इज ए क्वालिटेटिव रिसर्च डिजाइन. दिस एम्स एट एस्टैब्लिशिंग नॉट ओनली दी व्हाट पीपल थिंक बट हाउ डिड दे कम टू द ओपिनियन एंड व्हाई दे थिंक सो. तो तीनों चीजें जो हमारी रिसर्च के अंदर मेन आती हैं, जो क्वांटिटी में तो ये तीनों चीजों का आंसर नहीं मिलता, इसमें हम कोशिश करते हैं कि एक तो व्हाट पीपल थिंक, भाई मेरा क्या ओपिनियन है, राइट, एंड हाउ आई कम टू दैट ओपिनियन. हो सकता है कि मैंने किसी के ओपिनियन को सुन के अपना ओपिनियन बनाया हो, राइट, या कोई और चीज मेरे दिमाग में रही हो, एंड देन व्हाई वी थिंक सो कि इट शुड हैपन लाइक दिस. सो ये तीनों जो इंपॉर्टेंट पैरामीटर्स है क्वांटिटेटिव रिसर्च डिजाइन में, दे आर कवर्ड. सो दीज आर टू ब्रॉड क्लासिफिकेशन व्हिच वी टेक इनटू अकाउंट, quantitative research design as well as the qualitative research design. Then we move on to the sub classification of the research design. So first thing I would take descriptive research design, right? Now this refers to the method that describes the characteristics of variable under study, right? This methodology focuses on answering questions relating to what, then the why of the research subject. So मैंने आपको बताया ना कि केवल एक यही एक क्वालिटेटिव है जहां तीनों का आंसर आपको मिलेगा, एक्सेप्ट एक आध और में भी हो सकता है मिल जाए, बट यहाँ हम सिर्फ व्हाट को फोकस करते हैं. डिस्क्रिप्टिव में क्या है, आप सिर्फ उसको डिस्क्राइब ही करते चले जा रहे हैं, राइट. तो एक ही इज इंटरेस्टेड इन डिस्क्राइबिंग द सिचुएशन और केस अंडर देयर स्टडी. तो वट एवर वाज देयर यू आर गिविंग अ डिस्क्रिप्टिव थिंग अबाउट दैट, जैसा नाम ही आपको सजेस्ट कर रहा है डिस्क्रिप्टिव, जस्ट राइटिंग ए पेज और थ्योरी बेस्ड काइंड ऑफ सिचुएशन इज देयर, कि कोई थ्योरी है उसी के बेस पे आपने एनालाइज करके इसका एक एक रिसर्च मॉड्यूल तैयार कर लिया, राइट. It helps the others understand the need for the research. Of sometime when the problem statement is not clear in the descriptive design, then researcher has the option to conduct the exploratory research, where you will explore the field. So descriptive research design is something which is you can say, not entirely that in focus nowadays, right? It is not the need of the hour nowadays. हाँ, ये उस एंगल के लिए तो ठीक है जहां आपने टोटल रिसर्च डिजाइन तैयार किया और वहां आप एक चीज एनालाइज करना चाह रहे हैं कि ठीक है, व्हाट आर द एग्जिस्टिंग थ्योरीज अवेलेबल इन द फील्ड, एंड बेस्ड ऑन दोस थ्योरीज यू कैन क्रिएट योर ओन मॉडल. वहां तो डिस्क्रिप्टिव रिसर्च का रोल है, बट टू एनालाइज द डाटा एंड कम टू ए कंक्लूजन सोलली ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ दैट, it may not give the desired result that way. So descriptive research design could be understood in that particular reference. Then experimental, ये जो साइंसेस की हम बात कर रहे थे ना, क्योंकि ये जो रिसर्च है ये इसमें साइंटिफिक अप्रोच के थ्रू ही वी आर एबल टू हैव 2 or more वेरिएबल्स, राइट. अब मैं जब उनको देखता था तो वो क्या करते रहे, पूछता रहा किसी से, तो क्या कर रहे हैं भाई ये लोग, ये कैसे आप इसको एनालाइज करते हैं, तो वो टेम्परेचर के ऊपर एनालाइज करते रहे उसको कि इस टेम्परेचर पे इसका रिजल्ट ये आएगा, इसको अगर हम बढ़ाएंगे तो इसका रिजल्ट ये आ जाएगा. तो एक साइंटिफिक अप्रोच है, एक डिडक्टिव अप्रोच है, राइट. जैसे न्यूटन के जो लॉज हैं दे आर साइंटिफिक, मैं उसको चेंज नहीं कर सकते, दे विल रिमेन लाइक दैट. सो एक्सपेरिमेंटल रिसर्च जो है, इसको हम एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन भी कहते हैं. इट एस्टेब्लिशेस अ रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन द कॉज एंड इफेक्ट ऑफ ए सिचुएशन. अगर आपने सपोज करिए हीट बढ़ाई तो उस जो आपने सैंपल लिया उसका रिजल्ट क्या होगा, आपने हीट को कम कर दिया तो उसका रिजल्ट क्या होगा, आपने टेम्परेचर को बढ़ाया तो उस पर रिजल्ट क्या होगा, एक पर्टिकुलर अदर एनवायरमेंट में अगर आप उसको लेकर चलेंगे तो उसका रिजल्ट क्या आएगा। तो वो कॉज एंड इफेक्ट है। इट इज ए कॉजल डिजाइन वेयर वन ऑब्जर्व द इम्पैक्ट कॉज बाय द इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल ऑन द डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल। तो जो आपका वेरिएबल इंडिपेंडेंट है उसका इम्पैक्ट डिपेंडेंट पे क्या आएगा। जैसे आप देखिए इसमें एग्जांपल आपके सामने ही है, वन मॉनिटर द इन्फ्लुएंस ऑफ एन इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल सच एज प्राइस ऑन अ डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल सच एज customer satisfaction or a brand loyalty, right? It is a highly practical research method as it contribute to solving a problem at the end. तो हम कई बार कहते हैं ना कि किसी चीज का प्राइस बहुत ज्यादा है तो उसके साथ कस्टमर की सेटिस्फेक्शन भी ज्यादा होगी, या हम कई बार कहते हैं कि प्राइस किसी चीज का ज्यादा तो क्वालिटी ऑटोमेटिकली ज्यादा होगी। हम हमारा एक माइंडसेट है कि अगर हम किसी प्रोडक्ट की प्राइस ज्यादा है तो हम उससे सेटिस्फेक्शन भी ज्यादा आएगी या वो क्वालिटी भी ज्यादा होगी। ये एक माइंडसेट बना हुआ है इंडियन कस्टमर का, राइट? बट इट इज नॉट एंटायरली ट्रू। आप अगर एग्जांपल लेना चाहते हैं, आप देखिए अगर आपका पेट्रोल की कॉस्ट हाई है तो क्या आप सेटिस्फाई है पैसा देके उसको यूज करने के लिए? नॉट एंटायरली। बट एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन में हम उसको दूसरे तरीके से बात करते हैं कि मेजॉरिटी ऑफ दी जो स्टडीज हैं अंडर द क्वांटिटेटिव रिसर्च जो हमने पहले बात की, राइट, दे आर एक्सपेरिमेंटल इन नेचर, क्योंकि उसमें आपका डाटा आपको एनालाइज करना है, न्यूमेरिकल डाटा इज देयर, you will continue to analyze your data for a longer term period or for a certain period, and then for better decision you are going to make into the experimental research design, you need to conduct a hypothesis also, propose hypothesis you have to create, and then the success of the experimental usually confirms that the change observed in the variable under study is solely based on the manipulation of the independent variable. So the moment you manipulate the independent variable, you will see that your the observation which you are going to get from the whole data will be available to you also in that particular reference. So it is the most practical and accurate kind of research method which helps establish the causation, because it is why it is so, because like I said in the beginning, it is a scientific approach. You carry on the things in a scientific manner. Experimentation जब होता है, आपने 5-6 बार एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन कर लिया तो आपको लग गया कि अब ये इसका रिजल्ट ऐसे ही आएगा। तो these kind of studies are more accurate and kind of research and practical also. इसमें possibilities of biasness or error are very less, I would say. So that is how experimental research design is a very important thing into the other kind of designs. Correlation. अब correlation तो जितने भी यहाँ I think young faculty होंगे, they all know that correlation is what basically it refers to a association or relationship between the two entities or two variables, I would say. जैसे आपको मैं बार इनकम एक्सपेंडिचर बताता चला जा रहा हूँ, राइट? प्राइस और क्वालिटी है, राइट? प्राइस और सेटिस्फेक्शन है. These are two variables. One, how the one entity will impact the other. कैसे एक इम्पैक्ट को दूसरे पे हम जानेंगे, एंड चेंजेस दैट आर ऑब्जर्व विद आइदर वन ऑफ देम विल चेंज. अगर एक चीज चेंज होती है तो दूसरी में चेंज आएगा कि नहीं आएगा. जैसे आपको मैंने इनकम एक्सपेंडिचर की बात की, अगर इनकम आपकी लो जाएगी, आपका एक्सपेंडिचर भी वहां पे कर्टेल होगा. इनकम ऊपर चढ़ेगी, एक्सपेंडिचर पे कुछ ना कुछ इम्पैक्ट तो उसका आएगा ही आएगा. तो हाउ यू स्टडी दोज रिलेशनशिप. तो दिस मेथड इज कैरिड आउट to understand naturally occurring relationship between the variables, right? It is a non-experimental research technique that helps researchers establish a relationship between the two closely connected variables. This requires two different groups, right? The variables under this study are not in control of the researcher, right? अब सपोज करिए प्राइस की बात ले लें, या प्राइस के बेस पे आपका जो कंजम्पशन की हम बात कर लें. सपोज करिए हम डिमांड सप्लाई की बात करते हैं ना, तो प्राइस कंजम्पशन की बात करके देख लेते हैं. प्राइस अगर किसी चीज का बढ़ेगा तो कंजम्पशन पे इफेक्ट तो आएगा, राइट? अब प्राइस का चेंज होना आपके हाथ में नहीं है. प्राइस इज गवर्न्ड बाय सो मेनी फैक्टर इन द आउटर वर्ल्ड, राइट? वो गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसी भी उसमें एक फैक्टर हो सकता है. डिमांड सप्लाई कैन आल्सो बी वन फैक्टर. सो सच काइंड ऑफ फैक्टर्स आर आल्सो देयर. सो यू हैव टू सी दैट what kind of relationship when you are going to establish whether these exist between the two variables or not, right? So this kind of study gives the understanding of whether there is a relationship between two groups. It does not establish the causation. Causation establish नहीं होता इससे. किसी अब हर population के लिए same parameter नहीं रहेंगे, right? अब there are population जिनके लिए अगर प्राइस बढ़ भी जाए तो देयर कंजम्पशन लेवल डजंट गेट इम्पैक्टेड. कुछ के लिए इम्पैक्ट करता भी है. तो उस तरीके से है. हम जब कॉरिलेशन को इम्पैक्ट करने की बात करते हैं, हम उसको मेजर करते हैं. ए कॉरिलेशन कोएफिशिएंट इज अ न्यूमेरिक बेसिकली व्हिच यू ऑल नो दैट डिटरमाइंस द स्ट्रेंथ ऑफ द रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन टू वेरिएबल्स एंड इट रेंजेस बिटवीन -1 to +1. वी ऑल नो दैट थिंग. तो अगर ये -1 है तो इसका मतलब क्या है कि देयर इज अ परफेक्ट नेगेटिव रिलेशन बिटवीन द टू वेरिएबल्स. +1 का मतलब strongly you can say positive association between the two variables. और जितना वो बीच में वेरी करेगा, वन वेरिएबल इंक्रीजेस. सपोज करिए एज है, जैसे आपको मैंने यहाँ पे एग्जांपल दिया है, the other variable also increases. Purchasing द ब्यूटी एनहेंसिंग प्रोडक्ट फॉर एग्जांपल, राइट। तो एज के साथ साथ उसका इम्पैक्ट भी उस पर आता है। तो जो कोफिशिएंट है +-1 to +1 it will there, and we all are very familiar with that thing. ये तो आपके बीकॉम में स्टैटिस्टिक्स से शुरू हो जाता है कॉरलेशन को पढ़ने के लिए, राइट, कि 2 वेरिएबल्स हैं, वन का दूसरे पे इम्पैक्ट क्या आएगा, वन विल इंक्रीज, हाउ द सेकंड विल रिएक्ट। तो वो -1 to +1 बेसिकली द डिग्री इज देयर, डिग्री ऑफ कोफिशिएंट ऑफ कॉरलेशन इज देयर, based on which we are able to understand the relationship between the two variables, whether they are perfectly negative or perfectly positive. ये एक आपको एक और इसमें आपको थोड़ा समझ आ जाएगा। इसमें ये आप छोड़ दीजिए, ये दो एक जैसी हैं, ये somehow I think typographical error is there. Correlation studies, direction or types. Positive correlation, इसका मतलब what happens, both variable change in the same direction. तो जो आपके दो वेरिएबल आपने लिए, जैसे आपने वहां लिया एज एंड ब्यूटी प्रोडक्ट, तो वो दोनों उसी डायरेक्शन में जाएंगे। एग्जाम्पल क्या है, एज द प्राइस ऑफ पेट्रोल इंक्रीज द फेयर ऑफ ऑटो इंक्रीजेस टू, राइट। तो मैंने आपको भी एक प्राइस इसका एग्जांपल ऑलरेडी दिया ही। सेकंड थिंग क्या है, नेगेटिव कॉरलेशन, जो डायरेक्शन है, अगर कॉरलेशन की नेगेटिव डायरेक्ट कॉरलेशन है तो वेरिएबल चेंज इन ऑपोजिट डायरेक्शन, राइट। एज टी कंजम्पशन इंक्रीजेस, टायर्डनेस डिक्रीजेस, राइट। तो ये भी एक तरीका है जज करने का। जीरो कॉरलेशन, देयर इज नो रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन द वेरिएबल्स, रिलेशनशिप नहीं आप उसको फाइंड कर सकते, राइट। टी कंजम्पशन इज नॉट correlated with the height, you cannot say that thing, right? So that way you have to understand the correlation in that regard. तो ये कुछ एग्जांपल थे। Then diagnostic research design. अब diagnostic word से I think all are familiar, right? We all suffer some kind of illness at some point in time, so we go to the doctor and doctor will diagnose the thing for us. तो diagnose कैसे करता है, आपसे आपका कुछ ब्लड सैंपल लेगा या आपका कुछ और सैंपल लेगा, उसकी टेस्टिंग होगी, उसके बेस पे कुछ जो डाटा आपके सामने आएगा, उसके बेस पे he will diagnose and give you the medicine basically, right? So what we do in diagnostic research design, almost the same methodology is formed in that also. The researcher is trying to evaluate the cause of a specific problem or a phenomena. Cause का मतलब based on certain thing. तो डॉक्टर भी कैसे cause लगाता है कि आपको बुखार है तो क्यों है, आपके ब्लड में ये प्रॉब्लम है, तो उसके बेस पे you will get the medicine. The design is used to understand more in detail about the factor that are creating problems in the company, right? तो वही चीज है, आपके सिस्टम में प्रॉब्लम्स है, एंड बेस्ड ऑन दैट यू आर नॉट एबल टू कम आउट ऑफ दैट अनलेस यू गेट द करेक्ट मेडिसिन। तो डायग्नोस्टिक रिसर्च डिजाइन इंक्लूड 3 स्टेप्स। वन इज द इंसेप्शन ऑफ द इशू, राइट, व्हेन डिड द इशू अराइज। हम कई बार कहते हैं ना कि आप बाहर 3-4 दिन बाहर लगातार खाना खा लिया, हो सकता है दैट इज व्हाई आवर स्टोमक इज अपसेट, राइट। नॉर्मली से दिस थिंग, जब भी ऐसा कुछ होता है किसी के साथ भी, हम नॉर्मली वी गो बाय दिस वन फिनोमिना कि 3-4 दिन बाहर शादियों में खाना खाया तो शायद ये पॉसिबल है। तो इंसेप्शन कहाँ से कॉज आया है ये, right? In what situation the issue was more evident? So one thing is that inception of the issue you need to look into. Diagnosis of the issue. What is the underlying cause of the issue? What is influencing the issue to worsen, right? If you leave it there, it will worsen. If you don't take the correct medicine, the illness will continue to haunt you, right? Illness may become severe also, right? So that is the way how you diagnose the issue. Then solution for the issue kya hai? What is working in curing the issue? Under what situation does the problem seem to become less evident, right? So you need to find out that. So diagnosis is there. It is also a kind of experimentation, right? Up sometimes you go with the hit and trial method also, कि ये प्रॉब्लम आ रही है तो इसका कॉज ये हो सकता है। आप उसको कई बार आपको समझ नहीं आता और आप ये भी करने की कोशिश करते हैं हिट एंड ट्रायल, बट दैट हिट एंड ट्रायल मे नॉट कंटिन्यू फॉर द लॉन्गर पीरियड, राइट। एक शॉर्ट टर्म के लिए तो ठीक है, आप पूरे ही लॉन्ग टर्म में हिट एंड ट्रायल को अप्रोच को भी लेकर नहीं चल सकते। तो डायग्नोस्टिक मेथड में यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड इन दैट वे, यू हैव टू स्टडी इन डिटेल वेरियस फैक्टर विच हैव बीन क्रिएटिंग प्रॉब्लम फॉर द कंपनी। अगर हम बेसिकली डिजाइनिंग के अंदर रिसर्च की बात कर रहे हैं तो रिसर्च का इम्पैक्ट कंपनीज की सोल्यूशन पे आएगा या किसी और वे से भी आप कैलकुलेट कर सकते हैं। तो दैट वे डायग्नोसिस नीड टू बी कंटिन्यूड। Explanatory research design, right? This is a method established to explore phenomena that have not before been researched or adequately explained. There are so many things. अब कई बार हम देखते हैं ना नए टॉपिक, अब जैसे अभी पिछले 5-6 साल से हम क्या देख रहे हैं, ग्रीन मार्केटिंग, ग्रीन एनर्जी पे रिसर्च होनी शुरू हुई है। आप 20 साल पहले डाटा उठाएंगे तो आपको बहुत कम स्टडीज मिलेंगी, लेकिन अगर आप 4 या 5 साल पीछे चले जाएंगे, मे बी 5, 6, 7, नॉट मोर देन दैट, you will find more studies being conducted in that way. So explanatory research design basically is for those areas which have not been explored too much, right? Where the exploration is still, need to go on, right? Or which have not been adequately explained. Very few studies are there. Sometimes we see that when somebody will conduct the research on on a new topic, हमारा पहला क्वेश्चन ये होता है कि आपने सर्वे किया है, आपने देखा कि पास रिसर्च कितनी है, कल को आपको प्रॉब्लम नहीं आ जाए, राइट? हम इसीलिए इसको अवॉइड करने की कोशिश करते हैं. So the primary goal is to notify us about where we may get a modest bit of information, right? With this strategy, researcher obtains a broad notion and use research as a tool to direct them more quickly to concern that may be addressed in the future. Its purpose is to discover the why and what of a subject matter under discussion. So uska jo process hai, the most popular method you are seeing the explanatory research, literature research. क्योंकि आपको पता ही नहीं है कि उसमें कितना रिसर्च हुआ, ऑलरेडी हुआ है, नहीं हुआ है, आपका वो जो एरिया वो एक्सप्लोर्ड है या नहीं है, तो लिटरेचर रिसर्च आपको मिलेगा. इन डेप्थ इंटरव्यू, आपको डीप तक जाना होगा, राइट? यू हैव टू सी दैट फ्रॉम ऑल एंगल्स दैट वेदर द इंफॉर्मेशन इज अवेलेबल और नॉट. फोकस ग्रुप, कुछ केस स्टडीज एक्सप्लोर करनी पड़ सकती हैं. तो एक्सप्लेनेटरी रिसर्च बेसिकली क्या है? इट इज अ टाइप ऑफ रिसर्च डिजाइन that is responsible for finding the why of the event through the establishment of cause-effect relationship. So explanatory research design basically could be understood in that particular aspect. So these were the few designs. Basically, I'll focus on from that quantitative and qualitative, and then sub classification were there: descriptive, experimental, correlational, diagnostic, and explanatory. Now I focus on the last thing in the my presentation, the research process. I think ये एक ऐसा एक standardized वो है which we all are well versed with. Research idea, the research problem, formulation of the purpose statement, जो आप जो मर्जी कह लें इसको, ये आपका basically research base है. Idea आपके generate हुआ, right? And then you to give a concrete shape, what we do, we focus on basically the literature review, right? So after the literature review is done, theoretical formulation is found, right, of the research problem. कि अब आपके पास क्या है? You have a past data, you have a past studies with you, and out of those past studies, you can now form the base for yourself, which you have done on the basis of the research gaps also. So what you do, you theoretically formulate the research problem and empirical research question. Operationalization part you will start after that, right? Then your research design will start. After that, you will then create a model for you. The planning part of the designing will take place. You will create a design for you कि अब आपकी जो study है, based on the literature view and your operationalization, which kind of study you are going to conduct. So then your research design will be formulated. The way you formulate the research design, you will collect the data, right? The way you can collect the data from primary or secondary, any source, depending upon the way. Sometimes we have to collect both kind of data. Sometimes it is only a primary data, so, right, like that. And then you analyze the data with the help of the various tools based on your, again, I would say, research design or the model. आपने जो मॉडल में explanation दी होगी, उसके बेस पे ही your data analysis will continue with the help of certain tools or technique which you will employ. Answering the empirical research question. Data analysis will give you interpretation. The result will be there. Finding will be there. What have you found out of the whole process, right? Then you will compare with the earlier research, right? And then you will conclude the whole process. So this is in general, I would say, answering of the research process continues. And from my side, thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my views on the research design on this one-day workshop. So thank you once again, Dr. Ajib Bagga and Dr. Anu for inviting me. Any queries, any doubts from the audience? And or during that discussion, some more can come out of from my side.
Right, sir. So you can stop sharing your screen.
Yes, I'm doing that. I'm doing that.
I'd like to invite questions, if any. If there are any questions from the participants, please feel free to ask.
Yes.
I have one doubt. Good morning, first of all. Sir, my question is that can you shed some light on hypothesis formation? That how we can go for hypothesis formulation, what all we have to keep in mind while we are making hypothesis for the research?
Can you repeat? I think in between that connectivity was poor. I was not able to listen to the question. Can you repeat the question?
Sure, sir. Sir, can you shed some light on hypothesis formulation?
Okay. See, hypothesis formulation is like I said, it's a very important thing in the whole process of research, right? Or your research design, या हम इसको research भी कह लें. Hypothesis formulation is based upon the way you have chosen the variable, right? The way you have chosen the study for you. See, I have told you that in some cases we have found out that you can even solve the problem, right, without having formulated the hypothesis. But what the hypothesis does, when you have collected the whole variables, whether they are dependent variables or the independent variable, now you want to give the idea that there exists a relationship between these two, or there may not exist a relationship between these two, and accordingly your research will follow, right? If you have said that in the price will not impact the the expenditure part, right? The price of a commodity will not impact the expenditure, so your hypothesis will go into that direction of finding out whether it is true or not. So hypothesis formulation is a very, very important process of the whole research problem, and one should be very, very careful about that. Sometimes we see in a study, I think every variable is taken as a hypothesis. Sometimes all variables cannot be tested as a hypothesis. Only few variables can be tested. So you have to first identify the control variables, then you have to identify the uncontrolled variables, right? जो भी आपके variables हैं, and major जो variables हैं, you have to only take into account the hypothesis so that it can give a definite shape to the hypothesis testing process. हम कई बार देखते हैं 15-20 hypothesis आ जाते हैं, आप उसको study करके करोगे क्या, right? Every variable you need not be important in that way. Some variables are more important. So hypothesis testing should be done in a very, very careful manner, I would say.
Thank you, sir. Sir, one more question I have.
Yes.
We discussed about quantitative and qualitative research design.
Yes, yes.
So in quantitative, like we discussed that the numerical data is being analyzed.
Yes, yes.
So the hypothesis testing is more favorable in qualitative research design, or it can be used in quantitative?
It can be used in both ways. That is not the issue. I see. I have told you. I have seen in some numerical approaches also. Like I would give you example of the banking study, right? Banking study में क्या है? आप hypothesis testing से भी काम कर सकते हो, आप एक data development approach से भी काम कर सकते हो. तो जब आप DE approach लगाओगे, you will not go with the hypothesis testing approach, right? तो वहाँ पर जरूरत नहीं है. तो दोनों ही तरीके से हो सकता है. But I would still say हाइपोथेसिस जहाँ पे आप लगाएंगे, वहाँ पे जो वैलिडिटी की जो हम बात करते हैं या जो जनरलाइजेशन की बात करते हैं, वो सॉल्व हो जाती है. वो अप्रोचेज में केवल सॉल्व नहीं होती, क्योंकि वहां पे कहना कि कुछ डाउट रह जाता है कि ये चीज अब आपने तो कह दी थ्योरी के बेस पे, हो सकता है रिजल्ट सही तरीके से एनालाइज ना कर पाए हम लोग. जब आप हाइपोथेसिस टेस्टिंग की बात करते हैं, तो देन इट इज पॉसिबल दैट यू कैन से योर स्टडी इज वैलिडेटेड एंड योर रिजल्ट्स आर आल्सो जनरलाइज्ड टू अ लार्जर एक्सटेंट. एक्सेप्शन कैन स्टिल बी देयर. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि केवल न्यूमेरिकल पार्ट में हम हाइपोथेसिस लगा सकते हैं, हम दोनों ही केस में लगा सकते हैं, और दोनों केस में दूसरे तरीके से भी काम कर सकते हैं. थ्योरी बेस्ड रिजल्ट भी हो सकता है.
Thank you so much, sir.
So can we say like that?
Yes, yes.
So can we say like that it is basically the literature review that will help us in hypothesis formulation?
Not entirely, but to some extent, because literature review में मैंने आपको बताया ना, what we do, we focus on the research gaps. तो research gaps आपको सिर्फ objective तो लेके चले जाते हैं. आप जिस तरीके से आप ऑब्जेक्टिव को फॉर्म करेंगे या ऑब्जेक्टिव अपने डिसाइड करेंगे, उसके बेस पे फर्दर वर्क विल बी देयर. तो लिटरेचर रिव्यू का मेजर जो रोल है, वो रोल है आपके रिसर्च गैप को निकालने का. रिसर्च गैप आपको आगे वही एक कड़ी है ना, जैसे प्रोसेस है, एक के बाद अगले पे जाएंगे, अगले के बाद अगले पे जाएंगे. तो जब आप ऑब्जेक्टिव फॉर्मुलेट कर लेंगे सही तरीके से, उसके बेस पे ही आपका जो हाइपोथेसिस टेस्टिंग वाला पार्ट है वो आगे चलेगा. क्योंकि ऑब्जेक्टिव जब आप डिसाइड करेंगे, आपको ये लग जाएगा पता कि आपने अब क्या करना है. उसके बेस पे आपके वेरिएबल सेट होंगे, वेरिएबल्स के बेस पे ही आपका हाइपोथेसिस वाला पार्ट जाएगा. तो कुछ हद तक आप कह सकते हैं कि वो भी एक एक बैकग्राउंड में है, बट नॉट एंटायरली, नॉट टू द एंटायर सेंस.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anything else?
Anyone else for the query?
Yes. Yes, can you repeat? I think I was not able to hear correctly.
No, sir, we were just inviting questions from the participants.
अच्छा, ठीक है.
So, yeah.
How many participants are there in the workshop?
So 30.
Okay, right.
So we have made it a very, one-to-one sort of interaction. Sort
मैं
of,
वही कहने
because,
वाला था कि अच्छा कि आपने फोकस
yeah,
ग्रुप आपका है ये,
yes,
क्योंकि
sir.
अब 100
Because,
150 हो जाएंगे तो ना तो पता
हाँ
लगेगा
जी,
भी कितने ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं, कितने उसको अटेंड कर रहे
हाँ
हैं
जी,
ढंग
हाँ
से,
जी, sir.
तो
So we
ठीक है.
want to make it in the real sense that one should be
मैं वही
sensitized
कहने
about
वाला था
research
कि
design.
आपने
Yes,
एक
sir.
फोकस ग्रुप चूज कर लिया और
हाँ जी,
नेचुरली दे विल बी बेनिफिटेड बाय दैट आल्सो.
yes, sir.
नहीं, उसका तरीका ये है कि आपको सपोज करिए और अगर लोग हैं जो अटेंड करना चाहते हैं तो इस तरह की आप और आगे कर सकते हैं, मतलब
Yes,
थोड़े
sir.
गैप के बाद, मतलब
Surely, sir.
हर 2-3 महीने में आप एक वर्कशॉप इस तरीके से आप ऑर्गेनाइज कर सकते हैं, मतलब.
Right, 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 sir.
और आपने थोड़े एरिया को आप चेंज कर सकते हो, जैसे आपने
Yes,
जैसे
sir.
लिटरेचर की बात की. अब
हाँ जी, sir.
मेथोडोलॉजी में तो बहुत सारे हैं, एथिक्स रिसर्च की बात भी आप कर सकते हो. आजकल
Right,
तो
right.
डाटा बहुत चोरी हो रहा है, एथिक्स की
Yes,
बात
sir.
बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है,
Yes,
प्लेगरिज्म हैज
yes.
बिकम मोर इंपॉर्टेंट, तो
We
इस
can
तरह
have,
से भी
sir.
आप कर सकते हो,
Right, right.
है ना.
Thanks for
मतलब
the nice suggestion, sir.
हाँ, ये
Thanks a
हो
lot.
सकता है, ये हो सकता है,
Yes, sir.
ये आपका बेस बन गया. आप आगे आप जो है ना एरियाज को एक्सप्लोर कर सकते हो,
Yes, sir.
तो उस तरीके से आप
Sir, actually, directors have wanted all of us to, have this as a first, not as a first, but the prime focus that each and every teacher should participate. And sir actually wanted all of us to be in research. So
नहीं,
that
वो
is
तो
why
बहुत
we made
जरूरी
it
है.
very small is beautiful. So that is why we make the group
नहीं, वो
small
तो
as
देखो ना,
well.
सर के ऊपर एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, भी सर इंस्टीट्यूट के डायरेक्टर हैं, तो उनको आगे इंस्टीट्यूट को भी तो आगे ले जाना है ना. तो जितनी फैकल्टी रिसर्च अच्छे से करेगी तो देखो इंस्टीट्यूट का नाम तभी आगे बढ़ता है. दो योर
हाँ
इंस्टीट्यूट
जी,
इज
हाँ जी, sir.
ऑलरेडी हैविंग ए गुड रेपुटेशन, but research will further increase the credential of the institute, no doubt for that. So he has a
Definitely.
responsibility that way.
Definitely, sir. Right now, currently,
Right, sir, right,
university
sir.
exams are going on, and
Yes.
students, they are busy in university examination. We
Okay.
are planning next month postgraduate students of MBA and then engineering students as well
Okay.
to develop the research culture among all the students. So we will try
Yes.
to have one workshop for students as well.
Okay.
So how they are going for their projects, and then how they can go for the research design, problem solving, and then finalizing their researches.
Yes,
Right.
So
that is a
that
good
is the
idea.
next agenda. Definitely, we will be in touch with you, sir, and
Surely,
we will
I'll be
try
more
to.
than happy to help you in any way. Not an
Ji,
issue.
ji. So faculties again requested, in case any query with regard to research design or any of the point you want to discuss, or in any of the areas, so you can raise your query.
I guess sir explained all the concepts so very
Yes.
clearly,
Yeah.
so lucid, in a lucid style that we have no questions as
Okay.
such now.
That's good.
All right, we are so grateful to Dr. Vikas Choudhary for helping us recapitulate all the fundamentals of research, be it research tenets or characteristics or the entire research process. Thank you so very much, sir. You substantiated each and every concept with really good examples. We are grateful to you, and we look forward to your guidance in future as well. As Rector sir has already mentioned that from now on, like maybe next month, we will have our students also with us who would
Okay.
be really grateful to you if you could help them with your knowledge and learning. Thank you so very much, everyone. Thank you to Director sir also for this workshop, for giving us this chance to be a part of this workshop. There's a lot more to come in the next two sessions, but for now, we are going to take a short break. See you all after 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
I also take this opportunity to again thank all of you for inviting me. Thank you all of you, and I wish you great success for this workshop.
कुछ बोलना चाह रहे थे ना?
Sir,
Yes.
your voice was missed, sir. Will you please
Okay.
repeat? Sir?
I said I take this opportunity again to thank all of you to for giving me the invitation, and I wish a grand success for this workshop and many more to come in the future.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a
Thank
lot.
you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And we will miss you for this short break over a cup of tea, and definitely
No issue. My
whenever
tea
in
is
this
due
part.
with you. Whenever the things will become comfortable, so I'll try to be there with you also and have my tea with you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I request everyone to be back at 11:45. Thank you, Vikas, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, and we are meeting again at 11:45.
for our one-day workshop on research methodology. So in this technical session, we have with us renowned resource person from PAU, that is from Punjab Agriculture University, Dr. Navdeep Aggarwal. We welcome you, sir. The topic for research is...
Harleen, your voice was missed. Please repeat the sentences. Your voice was missed, beta.
Okay, ma'am. So in this technical session, we have with us renowned resource person from PAU, that is Punjab Agriculture University, Ludhiana, Dr. Navdeep Aggarwal. We welcome you, sir. The topic for this session is research tools and techniques. And the reporters for this session are Mr. Sunny Gulati and Ms. Arushi Siddhana. Now, I would like to take privilege to give a brief introduction about a resource person for today's session, for today's second technical session. Dr. Navdeep Aggarwal is working as professor with the School of Business Studies, Punjab Agriculture University, Ludhiana. He specializes in financial management and has over 20 years of teaching and research experience. He has published 3 books and more than 50 research articles in different foreign and Indian journals of repute. He has guided 10 PhD students and more than 100 MBA students. So this was all about our second resource person, Dr. Navdeep Aggarwal. Sir, I request you to kindly start the session.
We welcome you, sir. We have with us Honorable Director, sir, as well. Bagga, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, Director, sir, am I audible? Director, sir.
Ma'am, sir is joining. We can continue. Then.
Okay. Okay, Aggarwal, sir, welcome to our virtual premises and over to you, sir.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Just hold on. Let me share my screen with you.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Hi, sir. Good morning. How are you, sir?
Fine, sir. Sorry, my system was just hanged up. So now IT professional he is looking after, and sorry for delay. I just joined right now. Thank you so much for joining with us in the technical session 1, and we are quite optimistic. Definitely, we are going to be benefited in a big way with your as a resource person on research tools and techniques. Thank you so much. Right now, your video is not visible to me, but hopefully it will be soon. It will be visible.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Okay. I'll be beginning this session now. I think this, as much as interactive it is possible, then only the things are going to be fruitful. So I believe almost only teachers are there. Hardly any students, if I'm right.
Right, sir.
Yeah, that's good. So things are going to be more beneficial for them and for me also, because things will be more interactive. Okay, fine. So I think all of you have been exposed to the basic research designs by the previous speaker, and I believe you have understood them thoroughly. My process or this presentation part, I'll just take a brief look first of all at the research process, and then we'll move on to what we are more focused on or what we are more interested in this very session. So we'll just have a relook at the research process. We can see that we can broadly classify this process into 4 components. That is, first of all, we figure out what is to be researched. We design the way how we are going to carry out the research. We gather the data from the respondents or the any source that we can rely on. And finally, we generate the findings and interpret the results thereof. So the first thing is establishing the needs or the defining the problem that we're faced with, so that we can arrive at a solution for the problem we are facing. And in the light of the same, we define the research objectives that we try to or we want to achieve. And as the previous speaker must have told you, it is your research objectives that are going to drive the whole research thing or the research process that you're following after that very stage. So identifying your objectives in a very clear, very understandable way is very, very important. What exactly you're trying to achieve out of the research you have just taken up. And then we come to the second stage, that is the determination of the design that you're going to follow for the defined objectives that you had. And in the light of the same, the design that you follow, we identify the sources of information, whether it's going to be primary sources or the secondary source of information. Then we go for the data collection methods that you're going to use for meeting those objectives. And in case you need, if you do not have access to or the secondary data is not appropriate for the research, we move on to designing a tool, and in most of cases it is going to be a questionnaire so that we can collect data. Having done that, we move on to determine what is going to be the most appropriate sample size and what is going to be the sampling technique that you're going to follow to reach that very sample. And then only we reach the stage of analyzing the data and writing the research report. My feeling is over time that people really feel scared of the research because they feel scared of the analysis part. But you can see out of the 10 points or the 11 points that I have mentioned over here, the analysis part reaches only at the 10th stage. The statistical part or the econometric part or the mathematical part, it is only the 10th part, 10th number, which is followed by the writing of the research. Before that, the 90% or 80% of research is not about the analysis of the data or the mathematical part. So therefore, one should never be scared of the statistical part or the analysis part. People generally do not want to, or they don't try to carry out a proper or good research because they feel that I'm not comfortable with the statistical analysis part or with this quantitative part. Therefore, I do not carry out the research. But that should not be done. That must be avoided because that is only a 20% or 10% of your research. 80% of the research is the rest of the things. The whole objective identification and the designing of the research, that is more important. The analysis part only comes at the 10th stage. Therefore, we must not be scared of research. We must not be scared of the analytical part because that is only a small portion. So moving on. So my focus more or less remains on that 20% or 10% only. The topic that has to be delivered today is about the choice of the tools and techniques that can be followed to the analysis part of the data. So one should be very clearly clear in mind that your choice of technique or the tools will depend on largely on three things. The first one is the very specific objectives that you have identified for your research. The second thing will be your research design. You must have seen already, there will be an exploratory research design, there's going to be descriptive research design or the experimental part. And finally, the instrument that you have used to collect that very data. So these things, these three things are going to drive what tools or techniques, the statistical tools or techniques that you're going to use for your analysis part. Now, that other thing that will also, the last part, that is for collection of data. So having done that, we can broadly classify the data into two types. The first will be your qualitative or the non-metric data, and the second will be your metric or the quantitative data. Now, if I talk about those people who are going to carry out their research in the area of finance, maybe about the corporate finance or maybe about the this stock market or commodity market, etc. there the most of the data that remains is metric or quantitative in nature. So the research becomes more or less very straightforward. The tools are very clearly defined what is to be done. But when your research is non-metric or qualitative, in the sense that the data is not clearly measured or the data is observatory in nature, in those cases, the research becomes very difficult, and the application of tools has to be made very, very carefully. So as you already know, that we can broadly classify the scales of measurement broadly into your nominal scales and the ordinal scale, which are basically non-metric or qualitative scales, and you have the metric or the qualitative scales, which are interval scales and the ratio scales. As I just told you that in case of finance, most of data will be on your ratio scale only. So let's just briefly summarize what are these things and what kinds of tools can be applied over here. You can see that a nominal scale, as we all know, is nothing but a size of number, is not related to the amount of characteristics being measured. So you call somebody a girl, a boy, calling somebody this male, female, or these are classifications only. It doesn't tell you what quantity or quality is there in that very person. So it is only a classification, nothing beyond that. While when we move on to your ordinal scale, a larger number indicates more or less the characteristics measured, but still things are not comparable to each other. And that is why we classify these two scales under your non-metric scales. The other two are the metric scales, that is your interval scale and the ratio scale. Interval means certain ordinal properties are there already. Okay. In addition, there are equal differences between points. And last is the ratio scale, where you have the things measured on an absolute scale and things will be comparable to each other. Have a look at this one. These primary scales have been compared with each other. Look at the nominal scale, where you have the numbers which identify, mark my word, identify and classify objects. Nothing beyond that. Therefore, the techniques that you can apply over here, under the descriptive part, you have the percentages and modes only, and under the inferential statistics, you have the chi-square test or the binomial kind of test. So therefore, I'm repeating it, that the scales that you have chosen to capture the data from the respondents or from any other source, this is going to drive your choice of the technique that you're going to use for analysis of that very data. So in case you have captured data which is using a nominal scale, basically, therefore, you cannot go beyond percentages, or therefore, in case of your inferential statistics, you cannot go beyond a chi-square test or a binomial test. Very, very basic. Nowadays, we have very advanced tools available. Therefore, my suggestion to all the researchers, the budding researchers, or those who are already doing research, should be that you should use such scales in your data collection which can give you more and more information. The nominal scale contains information which is bare minimum. It doesn't provide you much, just by account only, nothing beyond that. So such scales should be avoided as far as possible. Second one is your ordinal scale. Now this contains all properties of your nominal scales. But in addition to that, it also provides you the ranking part. Okay, as I just mentioned over here, the numbers indicate the relative positions of objects, but not the magnitude of differences between them. So just ranking part, please keep in mind very clearly that this is only a ranking. I'm just mentioning what I feel and I've experienced in my department. कहते पंजाबी में कहंदा मर गया. But people really don't bother about कि these are just rankings. Okay, the difference between 1 and 2 and 2 and 3 is not equal. But still people do not keep in mind, and therefore we have to later on correct those things, and that leads to wastage of time and wastage of resources only. So ordinal scale means only ranking 1 and 2, and 2 and 3 may not be equally different from each other. But again, definitely this contains more information than the nominal scale. So definitely, in case I had a choice to make, and I had to make a choice between ordinal and a nominal, I will definitely prefer ordinal, because it provides me more information as compared to your nominal scale. And therefore you can see this has more versatility in terms of provision of this treatment that can be made. Apart from the percentages and the mode that can be calculated for this data, you can also calculate the percentile and the median. And you can also see under the inferential statistics, you can go for the rank correlation or the Friedman ANOVA also. So as we can see, therefore, this scale, the ordinal scale, is more versatile as compared to the nominal scale. So if I had to make a choice, definitely I'll go for the ordinal scale. The other two fall under your metric data, that is your interval scale and the ratio scale. As I told you, just at the ordinal scale carries all the information that can be provided by a nominal scale. The interval scale will contain all the information that is available from your ordinal scale and the nominal scale. But in addition, this provides you additional information in the sense that the difference between 1 and 2 and 2 and 3 is now equal, which was not there in case of your ordinal scale. So therefore, definitely this is more versatile as compared to your ordinal scale and carries more information as compared to the ordinal scale. So the common things that we can see, temperature, for example, attitudes, opinions, indexes, all these things can be measured using your interval scale, and the descriptive statistics that you can carry out over this data is also better. You can see you have the range, mean, mode, standard and standard deviation, etc. They can be applied. So the types of applications which are available with me is much more as compared to your ordinal data. And the most versatile, as we all know, is the ratio scale. This has every information that is possible in the data. And the 0 point, which was not fixed in case of interval scale, is fixed in case of the ratio scale. So therefore, absolute comparison will be possible. For example, in case of interval scale, 2 is not half of 4. But here, in case of ratio scale, 2 is definitely half of 4. So the quantity that is there in case of interval scale is not comparable, but definitely it is comparable in case of ratio scale. So therefore, any type of data, any type of analysis is possible with the help of your ratio scale. And that is why we will see that whenever the research is carried out in case of the field of finance, you have the data which is basically on the ratio scale, you can apply all sorts of tools. But when you are carrying out research which comes from the area of marketing or from the field of HR, what happens is that the most of the data is not measurable on the ratio scale. And we have to depend on your ordinal, interval, or the nominal scale. And therefore, the choice of techniques that you make use of becomes extremely critical. Because nowadays, what is happening is that most of the data analysis is being carried out on the statistical softwares only. And software does not have its own brain. In case garbage is given in, garbage will come out. So therefore, it is for you to decide what technique is to be applied, and therefore the understanding of the basic characteristics of these scales of measurement is very, very important. Okay, therefore understand their properties and only make use of the choice of the tool that you're going to make use of when you're actually carrying out the analysis of data. So having understood the basic properties of these 4 types of scales. Let's move on to have a look at these the techniques that we can make use of when we are carrying out the data analysis. And we can probably classify into 2 types of techniques. One is your univariate techniques, and the other will be your multivariate techniques. And here also I have shown you 2 types of things. One is your metric data and the non-metric data. Metric, as we all know, the database has been captured on using your interval scale or the ratio scale, and the non-metric data will be using your nominal scale or the ordinal scale. So you can see on the left hand side, on the metric data, we can go for your one sample test. In case you have one sample, we can go for a t-test or a z-test. And in case of 2 or more samples, you have independent samples test and the related sample cells. I believe everybody is exposed to these terms. In case we want a discussion on that, we can carry on that if somebody wants. Please come out in case, otherwise I'll skip.
No, sir, I think you have beautifully explained the types of data, metric data and non-metric on nominal, ordinal. Yes. And yes, moving ahead, in case anybody wishes to ask about one sample test or 2 sample, you are welcome. I think, sir, we can go ahead.
Okay, fine. That's good. So the only difference between these, for example, TSZ, we see that people generally will have a thing in mind that if my, hear from many people, if my sample size is 30, then 30 or less than that, we go for a t-test. And if my sample size is more 31 hi ho gaya, then we can go for a z-test. Kindly understand, ratta mat mariye, please. If you see in a statistical software, you will not find the provision of a z-test. Hota hi nahi hai usme. The only provision is of a t-test, because the only difference between, apart from the the basic understanding of the standard deviation of the data, population data, you see that what is the difference between a z-test and a t-test? The only difference comes is that on the denominator you have n and n minus 1. So when you have a large data, large sample, for example, data is of 100 or 200 size, then n and n minus 1 do not make any difference. So that results of your t-test and z-test will always converge for a large sample test, for a large sample. So therefore, we must understand why t is there, why z is there, and the assumptions behind them must be clearly met. Otherwise, the thing that I just said earlier, garbage in, garbage out. Your software does not know how you have collected data. What was the sample size? It does not know. It is for you to decide what is going to be applied and how you're going to interpret the results of the same. Now, this was about the metric data. Now coming to your non-metric data, where you have collected data using your nominal scale or the ordinal scale. So you can see again over here that if we have under one sample test where we are carrying out some test of analysis or significance using one sample only, we can go for measures like frequency or chi-square or Kolmogorov-Smirnov test or Run's test or the binomial test over here. Now these are for analyzing only one sample, but the data that has been captured is using your non-metric. On the other side, you have 2 or more samples. Then again, just like we had 2 or more samples in case of metric data, here also we have independent and related samples. But you can see the types of tests that we are applying over here is entirely different. While in case of metric data, you had the Z and ANOVA on two group T test only. Here we don't find them, because the basic assumption behind them is different. There we had the normality of data, here we don't have normality of data. So we can go for, in the independent test, you have the chi-square test or the Mann-Whitney U test or the median test, again Kolmogorov-Smirnov test or the Kruskal-Wallis ANOVA. not the ordinary ANOVA that we generally carry out, that we generally see in your MBA curriculum. We don't talk about these tests over there. And under your related samples, you have the sign test or the Wilcoxon or the McNamara test or the chi-square test. Very, very clearly, it should be understood that the property of the data that you have collected must be understood very thoroughly, and only then the choice of the tools to this test of analysis must be made. Otherwise, again, garbage in, garbage out. The conclusions that you will be making based on your analysis will be all wrong. They will be misleading, and the decision therefore that you make based on those that analysis of data will be misleading, and that might lead you to end up spending a lot of money as well as making wrong decision also. So therefore, while the statistical tools which are available through your software, they have made our life easy, but at the same time they have also made our life difficult also, because applying them has become easier, but then the application of mind has become altogether more important, as it used to be there in the absence of those softwares. So therefore, my suggestion is that you must first of all understand the very properties of the data, and how that data has been collected is very, very important. Only then you should go for choice of the tool that you're going to apply to make to carry out the statistical analysis part. Okay, now this is about your univariate techniques. Now have a look at the multivariate techniques, because if we talk about the analysis part, univariate techniques, they are just inbuilt. Even your Microsoft Excel, you will find all those things over there. But those things may not be found in the basic Microsoft Excel. These things will be available only in an advanced statistical software analysis tool only. So again, under your multivariate techniques, we can divide the techniques under two subcomponents. One is your dependence techniques and other is your independent techniques. Independence means you are analyzing the whole data as a one unit, while under dependence techniques, there will be some variables which will be independent variables, and there will be some variables which will be dependent variables. So I will just have a look at your dependence techniques first. Under this, what happens is that a variable or a set of variables is identified as your dependent variable, and that needs to be predicted or explained by other variables which are known as your independent variable. And the techniques that fall under this head, we can start from multiple regression, which we were all exposed to on your master's program. We all had exposure to multiple regression, where you had variable y, for example, as your dependent variable, and variable x1, x2, x3, and all those as your independent variables. So any changes in the independent variable will drive some changes in the dependent variable. So under the second technique is your multiple discriminant technique analysis. Then you have your logistics regression. Then you have your multivariate analysis of variance, just an extension of your ANOVA, which is using your univariate. Now this is about your multivariate, but the basic objective remains the same. Then you have the conjoint analysis, the canonical correlation analysis, and the structural equation modeling. The latest thing that is in fashion nowadays is the structural equation modeling under this thing. Then under your independence techniques, as we have just talked about, that this involves the simultaneous analysis of all the variables that you have collected in your analysis. All of them will be taken all together. Nothing like dependent or nothing like independent. So the major techniques that follow under this head are your principal component and factor analysis. You have the cluster analysis, and the last one is your multi-dimensional scaling, which is also popularly known as your perceptual making. My colleagues from marketing side, they will definitely know this thing far better than I understand that. Okay, if I talk about your, we have seen all this, let's move on to what multiple regression will do. There you have a single metric. Metric means it has to be either on an interval scale or on a ratio scale. It cannot be on a nominal or an ordinal scale. Very clear. So therefore, a single, that was single, only one dependent variable, single metric dependent variable is predicted by several metric independent variables. So therefore, both of your independent as well as the dependent variables have been captured using either the ratio scale or using the interval scale. There cannot be your nominal or the ordinal scale. So both dependent and independent variables have been captured using your ratio scale or interval scale. And then we try to derive a relationship between y and so many x's that you have. And before that, that is although not the topic of the this discussion today, that all the assumptions of multiple regression must be checked out very, very thoroughly. Again, over the years, I've seen that people simply feed in data, apply the things, and get the results. They never check for the assumptions that must be met to apply the multiple regression. And therefore, my suggestion is whenever you are applying this thing, do check the assumptions of the multiple regression and also provide the results of those assumption checking in your research articles. My experience over time tells me that if your research methodology that you're writing in your research articles is sound, there is a very, very remote possibility that this article is not going to be published. If you have justified everything that you have carried out in your research article, I'm very sure, I'm 100% sure rather, that nobody is going to reject your article. There can be minor suggestions, isko aise likh lo, isko aise likh lo, but your article will be published if you are in a position to justify what you have done and why you have done. If those two things are there, your article will never be rejected, my words. Because the first thing that a reviewer is going to look at is your research methodology, nothing else. And if your research methodology is sound, justified for every action that you have taken, they have done, nobody dare not reject your article. Okay, so therefore, this is very, very important that we justify everything in our research article that we have written. And that justification comes from either from the experience that this is what has been happening over the years, or from the past researches that have been carried out and the review have you carried out. Okay, and when you're writing your review part, try to write your review in a story format. Generally, what the approach is that we write in a paragraph form because that is very easy. Even if you have copied from somewhere, just change the language, put a paragraph there. But that is very, very poor way of writing your review of literature. No, the review of literature should always be written in a story format, in a running format, and hundreds of reviews can come over there, because that shows that you have understood the topic very clearly and how the researches have performed over the year, and from where we started and starting from where and where we have reached today over time, what kind of researches have been carried out. And that gives a very positive impression to the reviewer that this fellow understands the concept or understands the research very well. But writing this type of review and writing this type of introduction takes time and takes effort. And as we all know, more the effort, okay, jinna gud pamaga unna mitha hoega. So the same thing applies over here. You will be able to publish your article in a far more respected journals than if we, as compared to putting in the lesser effort. And as we all know, since 2010, there is a rat race. Publish more, publish in a better journal. I really don't know about the better journals, but you have to publish more. I really don't see any focus on the quality part, but the number game is definitely there, and the money making game is also out of that. So therefore, but the respect is earned only out of quality, not out of quantity. So therefore, try to publish in a better rated journal, and there the key to enter that journal is publishing a good article, which is very strong in terms of your methodology. Okay, having said that, coming back to our topic, we have seen what needs to be done when we are applying your this multiple regression. The next, just I've shown over here, there are two variables, x1 and x2, and the y is your dependent variable on this x1, x2, and we try to derive a relationship between them. The next thing, which is similar to discriminant, but methodology wise it is altogether different, is your discriminant analysis. Now under this discriminant analysis, I'm just taking you back to your this multiple regression, because what I've understood is that regression is the mother of all techniques. Under econometrics or under these multiple variation techniques, regression is the mother of all. You make some tweaks over there, you make some tweaks over there, and you come out with a different kind of methodology. So under methodology of regression, we had a dependent variable and an independent variable, or multiple independent variables, and they both were metric in nature. So we make some change over there, and now that has given rise to discriminant analysis, where your dependent variable is now not a metric variable, it is a non-metric variable now. Okay, so a single non-metric, generally categorical dependent variable is predicted by several independent metric variables. Examples I've given over here. Examples are gender in terms of male and female. How will they behave based on certain independent variables which are captured using this metric measurement. Then culture, USA versus outside USA, or India versus outside India, purchaser versus non-purchaser, member versus non-member, good, average, poor credit risk, or which means long, around 20 years back, we published an article that used various financial ratios to forecast this company is going to be a good company or a bad company. So good versus bad using financial ratios. Now financial ratios is nothing but data which is captured on your metric scale, and good and bad, or delinquent company or a non-delinquent or a healthy company, this is nothing but a classification. Okay, so we were making a certain predictions. So using your discriminant analysis, we can do a lot of type of researches. For example, you have a number of people who are coming to do MBA, and they come from a diverse background. Some are from arts, some are from commerce, some are engineering, and some from BSc medical kind of thing. So let us see what kind of people, how they perform in their working life. So is it possible? Can we predict this using those 3 or 4 or 5 variables which are independent variables, but they are actually driving the performance of an MBA graduate? So maybe we can do that, and we can make a prediction that this fellow is going to perform well or not perform well, or going to be average kind of things. So it is all wide sea over there. We can do a lot of research using those things. The next thing is your logistics regression. We went from multiple regression to your discriminant analysis, and this is your logistic regression. Now, what it says, it's a single non-metric dependent variable. So similar to your discriminant analysis, which is predicted by several metric independent variables. This technique is used to in the discriminant, but relies on calculations more or regression. So here what is happening is Only the approach part is different. The results will be similar to your discriminant analysis, but here the approach is different as compared to your this multiple discriminant analysis. For example, I still remember around 15 years back or more than that, there were certain patients, and in fact, an MD students. MD student was carrying out a research on her patient. It was her thesis, PG thesis, where we applied this technique on the type of treatment that was given to those patients and how they performed, or their reacted to different treatment. That was this objective of the research, where we applied this logistics regression. Then you have the MANOVA, that is your multivariate analysis of variance. Just remove the word M over there, and the word left with me is the ANOVA part. And this ANOVA we are all exposed to in your post graduation, and certain cases in your graduation part also, where what we see is the several metric dependent variables are predicted by a set of non-metric independent variables. और वो में ही करते हैं हम लोग. Okay, so there the variables are univariate, but in case of MANOVA, the variables here are multivariate. That is why the word used is the multivariate analysis of the variance. So the objective is clear. The results are also going to be similar. The only difference is that they are going to be multi-dimensional now. Under your ANOVA part, you have only 1 or 2 dimensions. Here you have multi dimensions, and based on that you carry out the analysis of the variance. Okay, moving on, you have the canonical analysis. These techniques are very less applied because these are very complex techniques, but maybe the research can be done, and when you apply these kind of techniques, the chances of publication also become manifold, because such techniques are very less applied, because the kind of data that you need for them and the analysis part is quite complex. Here what happens is that the several metric dependent variables are predicted by several metric independent variables. Till now we had only 1 or 2 variables. Now you have metric dependent variables which are predicted by metric independent variables. So multiple on left side, multiple on the right hand side. If that is a possibility, then we go for your canonical analysis part. Again, most applications are under your HR research or the marketing research only. Then we have the conjoint part. Those who are teaching, they must have seen this part. In fact, we had one of our PhD students. He applied this very technique regarding the design of products, where this technique is largely used. This technique is basically used to see what kind of attributes should be there in a product or a service. What kind of attributes people are looking for. So you have a number of things with you, and then people are given certain questionnaires or even cards or technical sheets are there. So they can tell you this is what you want and this is what you don't want. So this is basically used to understand the respondents' preferences for products and services attribute. And in doing so, it determines the importance of both attributes and the level of attributes. And it is based on a smaller subset of combination of attributes and levels. Say, for example, we have a number of things going on in terms of this mobile telephony services and what kind of people look for. And under even those what you're looking for, which things you want more and which things you want less. Those things are also available under your conjoint analysis part. So again, a very useful technique, especially when you're designing your products. And you can see the typical applications of this conjoint analysis are there in terms of soft drinks, for example. You want more sugar or less sugar, the kind of bottle size, and all those things can be seen over there. Again, the candy bars, the cereals, the apartment buildings, and the cleaning fluids. What do you want in a cleaning fluid? Those things. I mean, this is a very, very strong technique which is used by the market researchers to identify or to understand what people are looking for in a product, the attributes that they look for in a product. And the last thing, that is your structural equation modeling, the fashion, जो आज की डेट में जो मैक्सिमम है, because this is something marketing research cannot go beyond, and this is the most popular technique today, which estimates multiple interrelated independence relationship between two or more components. So under regression, I'm going back to regression again only. Under regression, you had only one relation, one level. Y is equal to A plus B1, B1, B2, 3 and all that. Here we can go up to multiple levels. Y is equal to this one, is equal to this one, is equal to this one, 1, 4, 3, 4, 5. Any kind of levels I can go for. Even I can go for the interrelationships between them, the independent variables, how they are related to each other. I can go for multiple dependent variables, again they are how related to each other. So these kind of techniques, they are maximum in fashion today. You will hardly find any article in marketing which does not make reference to your measurement model using your structural equation modeling, to the extent that in your SPSS software you have AMOS. Those who are exposed to that, AMOS is the module in SPSS which is totally dedicated to your structural equation modeling, because it's a very, very versatile thing that can handle a large dimensional data with multiple dimensions, large data with multiple dimensions, and try to figure out the relationship between different variables, and also extract the basic dimensions of the data in terms of your factor structures. So this is a very, very useful thing, and trainings are available online as well as offline, where people are providing you training for these kind of techniques. That is your structural equation modeling using AMOS, because that is most easily available. Of course, there are other models also, or the tools which are available that can be used to carry out your structural equation modeling. Okay, I think that has that was your dependent techniques. Now this is about your independent techniques. Mein dekhiye, first of all is your exploratory factor analysis. I think around say 20 years back or something around that, this was a technique which was maximum in fashion. I also used my technique in my PhD thesis, talking about 2002. But over that, many improvements have come. Exploratory means you're only exploring. Okay, you're trying to identify the relationships which are there in the data, what variables are related to certain factors. So the basic objective of factor analysis is to reduce the dimensionality of data. I have captured data on 50 dimensions, say. Now for an analysis part, you cannot have the analysis of 50 dimensions at again and again. So you would like to reduce the dimensionality of the data. देखिए 50 को reduce करके हम 5 पे ले आए. So what variables are related to what factor? This is the objective of your exploratory factor analysis. So we are trying to reduce dimensionality and try to then again in turn try to manage those major dimensions. This is the thing that we do in case of exploratory factor analysis. And the second would be your cluster analysis. Cluster, again, those who are teaching for this marketing, they must have heard of that we try to cluster respondents, products, firms, variables, etc., that each object is similar to other objects in a cluster and different from objects in other clusters. So people coming from different ethnicity और just said कि कुछ लोग कॉमर्स में से आ रहे हैं, कुछ मार्केटिंग से आ रहे हैं. So do they really relate to each other or not when they are doing their management? So this kind of technique can be applied over there. Then we can use this technique to identify the cluster of customers. What are the marketing segments? How they are related? This is a beautiful technique that can be used over there. Coming to your finance part, we use this technique in classifying the mutual fund schemes. You have a number of schemes which are there in the market. We use this cluster analysis to classify the different mutual fund schemes. All those schemes are similar to each other. They fall under one cluster. So there is hardly any difference between them. Otherwise, an investor became very confused. किसमें पैसा लगाएं, किसमें ना लगाएं. So this kind of technique we use, and the results were really very useful when coming to your practical application part. So any technique, if you have understood it, performs very well under different settings. So this is how I've tried to summarize this kind of thing. You can see at the top you have multivariate methods. We can classify them into dependence and independence method. Under dependence, you have one independent variable, and second one will be your several dependent variables. Under one independent variable, one dependent variable, you have metric and non-metric. Under metric, you have multiple regression and the conjoint analysis. Under non-metric, you have the discriminant analysis and the logistics or logic regression. Under your several dependent variables part, and under that, the metric part, you have MANOVA and the canonical part. And under non-metric, you have the canonical correlation and the dummy variables regression. And on the right hand side, you have the independence method. That means all the data is captured simultaneously. You have the metric data, which makes use of the factor analysis and the cluster analysis and the multi-dimensional scaling. Again, people from marketing background or those teaching research methodology, they will very well understand what is the purpose of this multi-dimensional scaling. Basically trying to see how people are related to each other. And the second one is your the non-metric data under your independence techniques. So this is how we can capture the whole picture while making choice of your statistical technique that you want to use. So just to repeat again, that before we make a choice, the things will start right from where, that is what is my objective and what is the quality of the data. आपने क्या स्केल यूज किया है, उसकी क्या प्रॉपर्टीज है, then only we can make use of that any type of data analysis technique. Nowadays, what is happening is, as I said, there's a rat race. So people, they make a mind, मुझे ये technique लगानी है, and therefore let us design a research around that. That is very, very bad approach. You are designing a research around a statistical tool. The thing should be other way around. Okay, so therefore, please, we are young, we are still young, all of you are very young faculty, so please don't get that into rat race of applying a very बड़ी जी complex technique लाई, देखो जितनी ऊंची technique लाई. No, please don't do that. First get your fundamentals strong. If you have strong fundamentals, you have a strong foundation, your building that you erect on that will be very, very strong and long lasting. But if you start running after those techniques कि उसका पेपर जल्दी पब्लिश हो जाता है, then you are exactly damaging yourself. Please don't do that. वो एक रेस चल रही है and I blame the UGC for that. कि उन्होंने एक वो शुरू किया जो काम, वो that has ended up as a very, very bad result. So kindly avoid that. We try to make choice of techniques first and then we design a research around that. Please don't do that. You should have an objective in mind कि इस पे research करनी है, and then make a choice accordingly. And if you do the things systematically, you will find, you will experience that you will end up writing a beautiful research article, which you will be proud of. That this is the research I produced and it has come out and it's very, very beautiful. So I think this brings me to the end of this thing. Now I would like to take queries from you people.
Sir, I have one question regarding exploratory factor analysis. There is an approach called principal component analysis, PCA. So some of the papers, they take EFA and PCA same, and some they say there is a difference between PCA and EFA. Will you please elaborate on this?
Basically, the difference is in the statistical black box.
Okay.
जो आपको सॉफ्टवेयर में नजर नहीं आ रहा.
नहीं आता. Okay.
Okay. When you are using your principal component analysis, you are basically using the correlations between the variables.
Right.
Okay. But when you are applying the factor analysis part, there you are making use of the variances.
Okay.
Okay. So the where the variances are less, they try to covariate with each other.
Okay.
So it's only the black box. You must have seen that in your statistical software part. You make a click on that. Use PCA, principal component analysis. That make use of the this correlation part. While in case of factor analysis, the focus is on the not on the correlation but on the variance part. You got my point?
Sir, will you please repeat? Your voice was missed.
When you are making use of principal component analysis, it makes use of the correlations. So all those variables which are strongly correlated to each other, they will get classified under one head. That is, they relate to one factor. But when you are making use of your factor analysis, this technique does not make use of the correlations. It makes use of the this variance part.
Variance part.
So those which are where the variance is less, they try to get clustered under one head.
Right.
So that is the only difference, but the end result you will find is altogether same.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sir, as you have touched upon the very important aspect of variance, and many of our statistical tools like be it ANOVA or MANOVA, we talk about variance. So please throw some light on understanding variance, because that is the soul of the research of any understanding the variables. What variance?
Variance means, can you make it more clear what exactly you want to know? Variance, we all know that what is the variability on data. So what exactly you're trying to know from me?
See, sir, I wanted to say, if we talk about ANOVA and then MANOVA, in both of them, ultimately variance is there, right?
Yeah.
Right. So how do we make a decision that MANOVA would be preferable or ANOVA would be preferable over here?
See, that is in terms of dimensionality of data. MANOVA or ANOVA, they are basically the similar things.
Yes, sir.
In case of ANOVA, you have one variable at a time. One variable means which has one dimension.
Right.
And in case of MANOVA, that variable has multiple dimensions.
I agree with you, sir. But the thing is that at times we get confused to make a decision that whether the variable we are taking is that, like how to find that it is one dimension or it has multi dimensions. At the researcher level, sometimes they are not even aware of that, how to make this distinction that whether this variable is a one dimension or not.
Okay, I'll give an example. For example, let's say customer satisfaction has 4 dimensions.
Okay.
And I'm trying to relate this customer satisfaction with the say age group.
Right.
1, 2, 3, say 1 or 2, say 2 age groups I have.
Right.
And on the other hand, we have customer satisfaction, which further has 4 dimensions.
Okay.
Now, if I take the score of satisfaction only, total score of satisfaction.
Okay.
It is a univariate variable.
Right.
Okay. Only one score of satisfaction, and I try to relate it with the age group 1, age group 2. Are you with me?
Sir, your voice was missed actually.
If satisfaction is related to 2 age groups, age group 1 and age group 2.
Right.
Okay. So we can carry out the ANOVA over there.
True,
right. But in case, instead of using a single score of satisfaction, I use those 4 dimensions, 1, 2, 3, 4. which were all driving the customer satisfaction.
Okay.
Okay, now I don't use satisfaction as a score, but I use
Okay.
individual scores on those.
Right.
It has become a multi-dimensional data.
Right.
Here I
Okay.
cannot make use of ANOVA. Here I have to apply MANOVA.
Manova. So it is the way of looking at the things. So that
Yeah.
will decide. Right.
Bilkul.
Right.
Yes, yes,
Right.
yes.
Right. So any more queries?
Yes, ma'am, I have a question.
Hanji, Hanji.
Yes, good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon, everybody. Sir, I want to ask, like, while studying the multiple relationships, like in the last 5-6 years, we have seen that people are using SEM more. Earlier, it was CFA being used more.
Yes.
So, sir, I want to know that does CFA technique still holds the ground, and we can work with it, and we can write a paper with it, or it's like the focus should be more on SEM?
See, practically speaking, if you want to go for this SM,
Yes, sir.
CFA has to be applied.
Yes, sir.
Yes, that is a starting point.
Yes, sir.
Because you have certain structure in your mind that should practically have come from the EFA. Then you have the data,
sir.
you confirm it, and then we go for the SCM.
Right, sir.
Okay. So my suggestion is that if you're comfortable with CFA, then only you should go for SCM.
Okay.
Don't jump into that rat race. Because
Right.
everybody is doing, you can publish your paper 6 months later.
Okay.
Right.
But first get your fundamentals strong. First get your
Right.
fundamentals very correct. And if, because paper writing is not one-day job, it is not a one-year job. एक बार लिखा और खत्म हो गया. We are academicians. We are going to write over next 20 years or 40, 30 years.
Right.
Okay. So therefore, the fundamentals have to be very, very clear, very, very strong. And as far as writing a paper is concerned, definitely a paper which finishes that CFA will be less valuable as compared to a paper which is having SEM also. Right? So therefore, if we can go for SEM, well and good, but don't make mistakes. Must not get into that rat. हाँ जी सारे SEM लगा रहे तो हम भी SEM लगाएंगे नहीं. आप उसको 6 महीने लेट कीजिए, बस उसको अच्छे से समझिए उसको आप. उसे क्या ins and outs हैं, then only publish that. Of course, SCM paper will be more acceptable as compared to one which ends at CFA only. Definitely.
So you mean to say that CFA has to be there and then SCM is the next phase?
Exactly. Bilkul. Okay. Yes. Yes. Must be there.
Right.
Must be there.
Must be there.
Yeah. Because see, you must instill a confidence in the mind of the researchers and the reviewer. People can directly go for SCM also. कोई जरूरी नहीं है कि SCFA लगाना है. लेकिन अगर आपने लगा दिया है, that only indicates the authenticity of data and the writing quality.
Authenticity of data.
Yeah.
Right. I totally agree with you, sir. It is the rat race that is going on. There is a very pertinent article one day I was reading that out of the PhD. There is a beautiful written article that because even when we write papers, many of the reviewers are just rejected because the kind of tools they were asking, we have not applied that. So you are very rightly touched upon that fact that we are into that, people are into that rat race. And somewhere, for example, if I know EFA pretty well, I will feel that gone are the days now I can work on EFA. But there might be still certain problems on which EFA can be beautifully applied, and it has its authenticity even today.
Exactly. I fully agree with you. Those techniques will remain there. They are there. They will remain there.
They will remain.
You cannot ignore them.
Right.
Yeah.
Any more questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Question.
Hanji.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, being a young researcher or a fresh researcher, you talked about literature review, that there should be cohesiveness in the literature. It should be like a story. So I lack it a lot, actually. I have been trying it. I have shown it to my senior researchers also, but yes, everybody gives the review that cohesiveness is lacking. So what should I do that I can bring that cohesiveness in the writing? Any tips, actually, if you can give me? so I can improve on that thing.
See, when you're writing your review of literature, it
Yes,
only understands how thoroughly you have understood your topic, that very area you're trying to research. So when I said that there has to be a flow of thought, not just discrete paragraphs put a one after that. No, that should not be there. So for that, you must have read certain articles, 10-12 articles. मैं ये भी नहीं कह रहा कि that you should have 20 or 30 articles उसको करिए. No, because what you'll find that if you look at the latest 20 or 15 articles, they will capture everything that has been done earlier. So just read 10 good articles on that research area, understand them properly, and then you must have in your mind कि किस paper में क्या लिखा है. Second thing, before you start writing your review of literature, that flow of thought that you plan to produce on the paper must be there in your mind also, that this is going to be my flow of thought. I will start here and take the thought to this level and then end up over here. And to do that, write it on a piece of paper. I always tell my PhD students, because they are also writing papers and thesis, that if you want to produce a good review of literature, what you want to write in that review of literature, just jot down those points on a piece of paper, and what will come after the other. If you do that, then that thought is already there in your mind. And then while writing, आपके mind में आता है हाँ कि इस research में ये था, इस research में ये था, and then you will keep writing over there. Cut and paste must be avoided if you want to write a good review of literature. ये बहुत बड़ी बीमारी है.
yes,
जो कि एक रिसर्चर को शुरू में ही मार देगी, खत्म कर देगी शुरू में ही उसको.
Yes, sir, I totally agree. One more thing, sir, I would like to add that people refrain from reading.
Yeah,
they don't feel like reading much, and then we suffer from the problem that we don't have a good literature review, because reading is no doubt it's a bit difficult, but yes, only reading will bring that storyline, and it will only bring.
And if you want to read, never read from screen.
yes,
Take a printout, read it.
it helps, sir. The printouts help.
Take a printout and read it, because it is a common understanding. What has gone through your hands will remain in your mind also.
Yes, sir, but nowadays we have Kindle editions, and we have Bookboon like websites that says that we are providing you exactly the the feel of reading a book. No doubt it doesn't help a lot.
That is good for their business, but not for the reader.
Not for us. Not for us.
Yes.
So, sir, basically, before starting the review, I should have a storyline, a blueprint of the storyline in my head
Exactly,
and
in
on
your
my paper,
mind,
jot
which
it
is
down.
there on your paper. मैं
Okay.
अपने सारे PhD students से यही करवाता हूँ.
Okay, sir.
And same thing I'm telling you also, because this is how I learned.
Okay, sir. I'll try this also, sir.
I used
Thank
to
you so
write,
much.
मैं पूरे पेपर में क्या लिखने वाला हूँ वो मैं पहले पेपर पे डाल देता था. मैं पहले एक प्लेन पेपर पे मैं फिर उसमें एडिशंस होती रहती थी. हाँ, ये होना, ये भी डालना, ये भी डालना, ये भी डालना है. तो रिव्यू उससे बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग बन जाता है आपका. एंड सेम थिंग फॉर योर रिव्यू, दिस रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी आल्सो. As I just said earlier, you must be able to justify everything that you have written in your methodology. If you are able to do that, मतलब ही नहीं आपका पेपर रिजेक्ट हो जाए, मतलब ही नहीं है.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Anyone else for the questions?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Hanji, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. I have some doubt in PCA analysis and the factor analysis. Can you please explain once again?
PCA.
So will you please repeat your question?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. What is the basic differences between PCA analysis and factor analysis?
PCA analysis means?
Sir, he's asking the same question which I have raised, that is principal component analysis and EFA. I think
principal component. That's just
yes,
one thing.
yes.
And this factor analysis.
Yes,
Am I
sir.
right?
Yes, sir. Yes,
yeah,
sir.
Just discuss with ma'am also. The basic technique, or then the way you approach your factors is different in case of your factor analysis and the principal component analysis. Under principal component analysis, the focus remains on the correlation between the variables. While under this factor analysis approach, the focus remains on the variance. जहाँ पे वेरिएंस कम होगी, इंटरवेरिएंस जो है वो उसको अब इकट्ठा करेगा, और जहाँ पे कोरिलेशन ज्यादा होगा वहाँ पे अंडर पीसीए उनको इकट्ठा करेगा वो.
ओके सर, थैंक यू सर.
तो जो ब्लैक बॉक्स काम जो कर रहा है, जो हमको नजर नहीं आ रहा, वहां पे चल रहा है पीछे प्रोसेस वो. बट इफ यू रीड अ गुड बुक ऑफ मल्टीपल स्टैटिस्टिकल एनालिसिस जो आपका है, द मल्टीवेरिएट स्टैटिस्टिकल एनालिसिस, कोई बुक पढ़ेंगे आप, उसमें आपको बताएगा वो, अगर अच्छी बुक है वो, कि दोनों अप्रोचेस में फर्क क्या है. लेकिन आप जो सॉफ्टवेयर यूज करते हैं जनरली उसमें सारों में प्रिंसिपल कंपोनेंट एनालिसिस ही अवेलेबल होता है.
राइट सर.
अगर आप उसको देते हैं कि आप वो डिफॉल्ट जो उसमें करता है, डिफॉल्ट रिमेन्स प्रिंसिपल कंपोनेंट एनालिसिस.
ओके सर, थैंक यू.
I would request Navdeep sir, please आप screen sharing एक बंद कर दें please, so that we can have a good photograph.
Yeah, sure. Just
thank you, sir. Any more questions? So that's it. I think questions are over now. Over to Harleen, the student coordinator.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a knowledgeable session and also shedding light upon the most required topics for research tools and techniques like research process, choice of research tools, types of data and measurement scales, discriminant analysis, structuring, equation modeling, and many more. Thank you so much, sir. We are indebted to you for sparing your time for this session. And I guess sir have cleared many of the queries. Still, in case if anyone is having any query, can ask a resource person.
Yeah, definitely. You're welcome.
Thank you, Navdeep sir. Thanks a lot for elaborating on each and every aspect so well and so beautifully. And I hope the attendees have gained a lot in this session. And now we will take a break of 20 minutes for the lunch. And at 1:20, we will be back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Navdeep. Thank you so much. And you are so close to our campus too, from Ludhiana. Definitely we'll see you in future. So whenever coming to this site, definitely please do visit our campus.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. I'll definitely come.
Yeah. Thank
sir,
you so
lunch
much.
And tea is due.
No issue, ma'am. जब आऊँगा तक होगा.
Thank you so much for being part of this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
So thank you, everyone. We will be meeting now after the lunch break at 1:20.
Thank you.
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am, audible, perfectly audible, ma'am.
Okay, sir, will you please stop your sharing first? Let us give you a formal welcome.
All right.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I, Harleen Kaur, welcome you all once again. First of all, I would like to thank all the attendees for being with us for the third and last session for our today's workshop on research methodology. And I would also like to request everyone to grab some energy and enthusiasm for our last session. The third session is on the topic writing a research proposal. The keynote speaker for this session is Dr. Arvind Dhingra, and the reporters are Dr. Sonika Garg and Ms. Hardeep Kaur. So with this, I would like to welcome our keynote speaker for this session, Dr. Arvind Dhingra, who will be explaining the process of writing a research proposal. Dr. Arvind Dhingra has done his PhD from NIT Kurukshetra in array of power quality. He did his graduation from MNIT Jaipur, MTech from PTU, and MBA from IGNOU. He is a certified energy auditor from Bureau of Energy Efficiency. He has conducted several energy audits, notable being the UNDP-sponsored project for upgradation of energy efficiency of steel re-rolling mills in Ludhiana cluster. He has to his credit over 80 technical papers in various journals and in national as well as in international conferences. He has delivered many expert lectures on research methodology, energy auditing, energy conservation, power quality, motivation. He is a life member of IE Kolkata, ISTE, MIIIE Punjab Science Congress. So with this, I would like to request Dr. Arvind Dhingra to take over the session.
Thank you, and good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Good to see you once again. Thank you so much for joining with us.
Thank you. I hope I am on time right now. I was, in fact, caught up in a meeting. I just finished it off.
Yes.
No, sir. You are perfectly on time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And first of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Rajesh Bagaji, Director Apeejay, and Madam Anu, and all the coordinators of this particular event for organizing such a nice event. And I hope the participants would have got some value addition to their knowledge. So we have learned in the morning why we are doing research, what is the idea behind research, and what are the tools and other things involved. Now, once you have all done this, the next thing comes that how to write a research proposal so that you get a grant also. Paisa bhi chahiye. For doing the work or performing the research, you need money. And for that matter, you would all appreciate that our institutions, all of us would appreciate that institutions at this point of time are not that cash rich to give you so much of funds to further your research. So for that matter, we need to write a research proposal. So what is a research proposal? It is the statement of intent. What I want to do. What is the crux behind what is required? What is I'm going to do? It is academically prepared to complete the research. For an academician like us, for somebody doing an MBA degree or an MTech degree or a PhD degree, for writing the dissertation, you first need to define what is your statement of intent. What do you intend to achieve out of this particular work you are going to do? And for the audience, it is also done for the audience, the peers, the supervisors, the examiners, because they need to know what are you going to do. आपने करना क्या है, क्यों करना चाह रहे हैं इस चीज को. So then a research proposal is your plan. आपका करना क्या है, कैसे करना चाहते हैं आप. It describes in detail your study, what you are going to do, and decisions about your study that are based on the quality of the proposals, approvals to proceed by the institutional review. Sometimes, see, for MTech thesis or for a PhD thesis, we have a pre-talk, a pre-thesis presentation or a pre-project presentation, and we try to find out what a candidate is intending to do. As it is physically possible, or is it not possible, or something has been done in this direction. Because see what is happening. The people sitting on the other side of the chair, the peers, the reviewers, the institutional authorities, they are a little more experienced and they are having some knowledge of what is happening in that particular field. And they would be able to find out what is lacking right now, what needs to be done, and how it is to be done. So that is how the plan is formulated. Now, what are the questions to be asked? While I write a research proposal, I need to ask some questions to myself. What is the problem? Why it should be studied? Is it going to benefit the society as a whole? Or is it going to benefit myself only? Or is it going to add some technical knowledge? Or is it going to do something for the betterment of the society? Aisa kuch agar ho raha hai, very good. Then what are the steps to be taken here? Selection and treatment of the problem. You need to select a particular problem. See, for example, for a fellow who is doing research in marketing, now if he tries to find out the nuances of traditional marketing, he might not be able to do that much of justice right now because it is already a lot of literature is available. But if he tries to diversify into digital marketing or to the newer tools in marketing, then that would be a problem. And in these steps, you need to identify the problem. You need to prioritize what is the first part of your problem statement, what is the second part of your problem statement, and how is it going to proceed. And then you need to justify that why have you picked up that problem. Then next question, what a researcher should ask or should be addressed to is what information is already available. So that is basically the literature review part. I think it has been explained very in detail in the morning sessions. What are the sources for that and how are you going to review it? Then why do you conduct research? And what is the achievement of this research? That is also to be answered. So formulation of aims and objectives. Now here you need to target. It has to be, it is not a paragraph, it is a bullet line. Certifying or stating that I'm going to do this only. मेरे को ये काम करना ही है. इसके बिना काम नहीं होगा. So this is my aim, this is my goal. And I need to formulate certain hypotheses also, that whether this is true or whether it is not true. Then how to carry out the research, how to collect the data and information, where to collect the data and information, कैसे करेंगे, that is called as research methodology. And what are the variables involved here? What are the various types of research? What are the data collection techniques? Do I go myself and collect the data, or I ask somebody else to collect the data, or I take a published data, or I work in a group and my group decides कि मेरे को कौन सा data लेना है या नहीं लेना है. And then I do some sampling, data analysis process, plan, and then data interpretation process and plan. So what techniques should I use for data interpretation? Should I use a pie chart? Should I use a bar graph? Should I use a scatter line? Should I use a scatter diagram? Or should I use a histogram or some statistical tools which I can use out here? Right? Then who will collect the data and when he will collect? कौन collect करेगा, कब करेगा? तो उसका work plan चाहिए. Manpower है चाहिए. अगर manpower है या नहीं है. If I have got sufficient manpower, fine. If I don't have, I'll have to hire some people, do that work. Then I have to put a timetable on that. I have to put a timetable. Timetable means I'll be doing this in this first month, second month I'll be doing this, third month I'll be doing this, and so on and so forth. So how will it be monitored? जो आपकी progress है, कौन monitor करेगा? And how the research findings will be used? Are you going to use the research findings? So this basically is the research administration plan, that who is going to monitor. Say for example, for an MBA dissertation or an MTech dissertation, what is happening? You have a supervisory committee which tells you to present, say after a month's time, after a week's time, or after 15 days, what you have done. What was your objective? What you have done today till date, and what are you going to do in the next 15 days or next 20 days, whenever the next review is due. So these are the things which people are, which keep the researcher interested and on his foot, so that he is also working on the same direction and is trying to find out कि हमने काम को करना ही है. Then what and how much resources are required, who will provide these resources. So here the budgeting option is there, and what are the funding organizations. So here I need 3 M's: man, material, and money, and then fund collection and raising. How do I collect the funds? Is the government going to give me a grant if I write a proposal, or is my college going to fund me, or I am funding it from my own pocket? That is also the main point here. So who will submit? किसने submit करना है ये proposal? मैंने करना है, मेरे peer ने, मेरे guide ने करना है, मेरे college ने करना है. Who is going to submit that? And how he is going to submit? Is it online? Is it a physical copy, or is it somebody going to do it? And where is it to be submitted? It has to be submitted to an appropriate authority, right? For example, I cannot submit non-conventional energy resources proposal to Ministry of say coal mining. So they'll not be interested in that. So here the elements are researcher, proposal, and researcher, proposal, and the presentation techniques. How are you going to present it, right? So various terminologies are used to mean research proposal depending upon why research is carried out. So sometimes it is also called as a research outline. Research proposal, sometimes some people, some organizations call it as a research outline. Then it is also called as synopsis of research. It is also called as plan of research. It might be called as a research project proposal, thesis plan, etc. It's basically a blueprint of future activities which a researcher is planning to do. आने वाले समय में एक रिसर्चर ने क्या क्या काम करना है. Some sort of preconceived framework for starting the activities. Now, mentally I have made it up that I'm going to do this work. I have made a timetable also. I have zeroed down on some resources that I'm going to catch hold of these resources. And I have settled the framework. I'll be doing it in this area. इस तरह का काम ऐसे करना है मुझे. ठीक है? Also, a research proposal deals with the ideas of researcher about what research he or she wants to do, what objectives and methodology he or she has set, how much time and resources are required to complete it, and how the research findings are to be reported, and so on and so forth. So this is what a research proposal does. It deals with the idea of researcher about what research he or she wants to do, what objectives he has set, how much time and resources are required, and is an individual or research institute's formal offer to produce a product or render a service to a client in response to a request from the client. Now, in some cases, it so happens, like for example, an industry has a problem. Some industry is making bearings, they have some problem that we need. Sir, ये bearing में ना ये दिक्कत आ रही है. हम आपके स्टूडेंट्स को ये प्रोजेक्ट देते हैं, 6 महीने का समय है, ये हम पैसा देंगे, आपको इतने बेयरिंग्स दे देंगे, और आपके पास ये मशीनरी अवेलेबल है, इस मशीनरी को यूज करके can you improve upon those bearings? So that is given to the institution. As an institution, we get it. Then we allocate some people. Institution allocates some people, like fix it up. Sir, so and so fellow will be doing this research work, and so and so people will be also associated with him to do that work. So this might be the case. And then in short, it is he or she is proposing a work frame for completing the research. So what is the importance? Why is it required? It is very, very important. Research proposal is very, very important. Why? Because it is the contract between you and the expert committee. ये आपके और research committee के बीच में, expert committee के बीच में एक तरह का एक अनुबंध, एक तरह का, this is basically a document which says that you have promised that you will do this. And research committee says, okay, fine, go ahead and do it. So it serves to protect the student demanding additional requirements, and protects the committee from the students from delivering a degree of poor quality. Sometimes it so happens, students क्या करते हैं? Students will sometimes what they'll do. Students will pick up a project from the market, उसकी थोड़ी लिखपा होती की, and they do some cut pasting work and try to circumvent the whole process. Now there is a question of plagiarism check. वो plagiarism check के अंदर what they do? They go to the dictionary or the thesaurus, and what happens? उसमें से वो they find out the equivalent words, substitute those words, and go away with the plagiarism part. But please note, those this is not going to help. This is a poor quality work. This is going to be a problem work for us, right? So, what are the essential ingredients? The issue. What problem does your research address? This is very, very important. What is it going to address? Is there any need for it? Are you going to do it? Why are you going to do it? I think most of the students are from most of the faculty is also from the management, and I believe they would be watching that new show which has come up, Shark Tank.
Yes, sir, we are watching it, sir.
Yeah, and that clearly specifies.
Yes.
अगर सर ये issue नहीं है तो आप तुम करके रहो यार.
कहते दौड़ जाओ यहाँ से सीधा वो तो
भगा देते हो. They will kick you off.
Yes.
Because if it is not going to address a particular problem, or it is not in that particular field, you have an issue. So it has to be there. And then the research design. How will the research objectives, how will the researcher achieve its objectives? Now the problem here is, sometimes the student is not very well aware of the ground reality. He comes up with a flimsy grin. Sir, मेरे को तो मैं कर ही दूंगा, आप छोड़ दीजिए. Please, आप बस आप हाँ करो सर, ये प्रोजेक्ट देखो, मैंने आप ऐसे कर देना. And once you go to the field, you find out that you do not have any data. You do not have any background. And nobody is going to help you. Now what is the problem? You have already had that contract. वो पीछे अपने भी हमने contract कर दिया था, किसके साथ? Academic committee के साथ. उनको हमने बोल दिया, sir we will do it. Committee said also you do it, yeah, fine. तुम्हारा, it's your baby. We are just going to be surrogate people. We are just going to support it. Now once he goes to the field, he finds that I cannot do. He comes back to the guide, sir वो तो हो नहीं रहा जी. Guide also says कि भाई तूने बोला था, मैंने तो कहा ही नहीं था ये हो जाएगा. Now the problem is that you need to be very clear how I'm going to achieve it. Otherwise, you are going to be in a lot of problems. And finally, the benefit. What will the research contribute? Is it going to help you out? This is a figure which we have adopted from MIT OCW. So that is an open source software. So you can always open source wherein anybody can access that. So what does the research proposal make you? Outline steps in your proposed research. सबसे पहले आपकी research में कि क्या आप करना वाले हैं. Proposed research. Provide yourself with intellectual continuation. Now, what is happening? आप एक फील्ड में काम कर रहे थे, उसी के आगे आप काम करना चाह रहे हैं. So that is also helping you, and that research proposal is also helping you, and it helps you to be creative, justify your research, think through your experimentation process, through your experiments. What are you going to do? You try to find it out and anticipate potential problems. There could be, अगर आप research कर रहे हैं तो problems आएंगी. So you need to be anticipating those problems and anticipate a realistic timetable. Now here again, you cannot say कि सर मैं 6 महीने का काम 6 दिन में कर लूंगा. It is not possible. पहले तो लोग करते ऐसे ही हैं. हमारे यहाँ जो कल्चर है ना रिसर्च वाला, वो कुछ इस तरह का ही है. जो थीसिस जब लिखनी होती है, हम लोग जब शुरू होता है तो एवरीबॉडी इज वेरी चार्ज अप. हफ्ता भर चार्ज अप रहते हैं. हफ्ते के बाद वो 15 दिन तक बिल्कुल चार्जिंग बिल्कुल खत्म हो जाती है. वो चार्जिंग तब शुरू होती है जब सबमिशन डेट लास्ट डेट आ जाती है. वो तब फिर गाइड के ऊपर आके बैठ जाते हैं कि सर आप तो आज करो जी, हद होगी, आप पढ़ ही नहीं रहे, आपको तो हमने भेज दिया था. भेजा कब था सर? घंटा पहले. यार गाइड भी तो बेचारा आदमी है, उसको तो आपने 6 महीने लगा दिए यहाँ तक पहुंचने में, तो उसको 6 मिनट तो दे दो यार. People don't give that. So that is the game point here. So getting started, what we do, we need to, there are two particular ways we can do it. So you can do anyways. You can have a title, then you can give an outline or a background. You can have a literature review, then from the literature review have a problem statement. Methodology, you fix up the aims and objectives. Methods of data collection, how are you going to collect the data? What is the rationale of collection of the data? What are the ethical issues involved in case you cannot go against the ethics of the society? And what is your plan of work? What is the timeline and the reference lists and all, right? So let's come down to how we are going to write a research proposal, right? Okay. So a research proposal is intended to convince others that you have a worthwhile research project and that you have the competence and work plan to complete it. So you need to be pitching, basically. It is called as pitching. You need to convince the other people that whatever problem I have formulated, मैंने जो problem सोचा है, जो मैंने देखा है, वो problem जो है, वो एक viable problem है, actual problem है, जिसका solution होना चाहिए. That is the issue here. Generally, a research proposal should contain all the key elements involved in the research process and include sufficient information for the readers to evaluate the proposed study. So it should have all the key elements as we have listed earlier. तो सारे elements चाहिए, outline भी चाहिए, methodology भी चाहिए, और सारे information भी होनी चाहिए so that it can be evaluated. You can just judge out whether it is going to work or not, right? Regardless of your research area and methodology you choose, all research proposals are supposed to address the following question. What do you plan to accomplish? Why do you want to do it? And how are you going to do it? So it is all W's and H. ये सारे क्वेश्चन वही हैं, W और H के क्वेश्चन ही हैं. हाँ जी, नमस्कार. हाँ जी, मैं कर रहा हूँ आधा घंटा. So what do you plan to accomplish? Why do you want to do it? And how are you going to do it? All right. So now how to write the research proposal? The proposal should have sufficient information to convince your readers that you have an important research idea, that you have a good grasp of the relevant literature. So literature review is very, very important. आपको सुबह भी बताया गया होगा कि literature review के बिना, if you do not do a proper literature review, you will lack. You might assume that this is not available, but it is available in the market. And then your methodology is sound. So title, it should be concise, it should be descriptive, concise and descriptive. It should not be like, you cannot have number of lines in that. It should be clear, concise. Often titles are stated in terms of a functional relationship, because such titles clearly indicate the independent and dependent variables. So you need to clearly indicate what are the independent and dependent variables. However, if possible, think of an informative but a catchy title. अगर आप सोच सकते हैं तो एक informative और catchy title भी दे सकते हैं. Catchy titles could be I'm going to solve this particular problem. So उस problem के base पे आप catchy title लिख सकते हैं, right? An effective title not only pricks the reader's interest but also predisposes him or her favorably towards the proposal. So it's just like you see a box, if it is properly packed, अगर कोई box अच्छा packed है तो उसको आप उसकी पैकिंग से ही आपको लगता है कि ये बड़ा कैची है, I can take it, right? Otherwise around it is, you are not interested in that. So abstract, it is the brief summary. Abstract is the brief summary of approximately 300 or 400 words. It should include the research question, the rationale for the study, hypothesis if you are going to do any, and the main findings. What are you going to do here? So in the introduction part, the main purpose of introduction is to provide the necessary background or context of the research problem. How to frame the research problem is perhaps the biggest problem in the proposal writing. Now, why it is this? Because in case I am not able to formulate or I am not able to frame the problem properly, I will not be able to frame the questions properly. If I am not able to frame the questions properly, अगर मेरे को question ही नहीं पता है, तो मैं आगे काम नहीं कर पाऊंगा. However, try to place your research question in the context of either a current hot area. Hot area means आज की डेट में. Suppose I want to do some research in AI or artificial intelligence or virtual reality or augmented reality. Very hot area. You can come and do it right now, today itself. But if I am trying to do something in 3G mobile or 2G mobile, nobody is interested. It has already happened. बहुत पुरानी हो गई. So, or an older area that remains viable. Older area कुछ ऐसा भी हो सकता है जो viable हो. Secondly, you need to provide a brief but appropriate historical backdrop. आज तक क्या हुआ है ये बताना, it is very essential in the research proposal. Thirdly, provide contemporary context in which your proposed research question occupies the central stage. So आज की डेट में मेरा जो question है, जो मेरी research problem है, where it is going to focus. And finally, identify key players. Who are the key players? And refer to the most relevant and representative publications. Please do not include frivolous publications or the publications which you have never seen. बहुत से लोग सिर्फ references को list बढ़ाने के लिए उनको add कर देते हैं. That is not right, recommended. Please don't do that. You are going to be caught and it is going to be a problem area. In short, try to paint your research question in broad brushes and at the same time bring out its basic significance. You need to be having a broad outlook but not lose the significance. Significance in the sense, the pointer question, the question you had, don't remove that. You cannot, you should not be changing that, right? The introduction generally covers the following elements. क्या-क्या cover हो रहा है introduction वाले में? Statement of the research problem, often referred to as the purpose of study, the context and the stage for the research question, the presentation of rationale for the proposed study, and clearly indicate why it is worth doing, क्यों करना है, briefly describe the major issues and sub problems to be addressed by your research. तो धीरे छोटा सा एक paragraph, some small lines to address the major issue and what are the sub issues you are going to target out here. Then identify the key dependent and independent variables of your experiments. Alternatively, specify the phenomena you want to study. State your hypothesis or theory, if any, for exploratory or phenomenological research. Phenomenological means based on a certain phenomena. What is happening? Right? You may not have any hypothesis. कुछ phenomena है जो explained नहीं है. या exploratory करनी है. Exploratory means मेरे को पता ही नहीं था. It's a new topic. I'm going to go in deep into it. So it's an exploratory research. There you will not have any hypothesis. So do not confuse hypothesis with statistical null hypothesis. It is not the same. Statistical null hypothesis is different. ये तो वो है कि सर बिल्ली रास्ता काट गई तो काम नहीं होगा. ये कैसे बना हाइपोथेसिस वो पता नहीं जी हमें, तो हमारी दादी ने बताया, उसको उसकी दादी ने बताया. So that is an hypothesis. You go back to that. It is not that null hypothesis name. So set the delimitation or boundaries of your proposed research in order to provide a clear focus. So you need to be providing a clear focus. And you need to set up the boundaries. इस boundary से बाहर नहीं जाना मुझे, इसके अंदर ही रहना है. And provide definitions of key concepts. You might or might not do it. This is your take. Then, next part is literature review. So, most of the professors or most of the peers will prefer a separate section which allows a more thorough review of literature. Now, why? Why should one do literature review? क्यों करेगा कोई आदमी? आपको सुबह भी बताया गया होगा थोड़ा सा इसके बारे में. So it serves an important function. It ensures that you are not reinventing the wheel. कुछ चीज पहले ही पता है, उसको फिर आप दोबारा से आप खोजने चले गए. अरे व्हील तो सबने निकाल लिया भाई. अगर आप मेरे को बताएंगे कि टच फोन मोबाइल बनाने लगाओ तो वो भैया पहले बना हुआ है. सॉरी, उसमें कोई नई चीज कर रहे हैं आप क्या? If it is something new, yes, then you start from what is available to you in the market. Don't reinvent it. It is already done. Gives credits to those who have laid groundwork for your research work. So you need to tell some other people जिन्होंने पहले आपके लिए ग्राउंड बना दिया, जिन्होंने पहला काम वैसे किया हुआ है. Demonstrates your knowledge of research problem. How much are you aware? Are you just trying to formulate for the sake of problem, or आपको पता भी है कि ये problem exist करती है? Right? Demonstrates your understanding of theoretical and research issues related to your research question. Shows your ability to critically evaluate relevant literature information. It shows your ability to critically evaluate relevant literature information. Indicates your ability to integrate and synthesize the existing literature. Now, why you want synthesis here? Synthesis is required. अब क्या होता है हमारे, there is a very general type of you could say behavior. What students do, they'll say, sir, I'm going to solve this problem and I'm going to use particle swarm optimization. Somebody will come, sir, नहीं, वो same ही problem है, पर मैंने क्या किया, मैंने तो sir वो grey wolf optimization use कर दी. Sir, you are applying the same tool, so please, your literature review is going to be the same. But what is happening here is, what is differentiation point is your optimization tool more better, or is it is more specific, or is it more efficient than the tool applied by other people?
Sir, I would like to ask one question here. Sir, like for example, as you have suggested that different optimization tools, in our case in social sciences, for example, there are two softwares, like, right? So will it be possible that your publication chances would be more if somebody has done with say SPSS and I am doing with some latest tool? Will there be chances of publication more? Such kind of things also happens, or
No. But it is content based. Most of it is content based.
Right.
It is not like, see, tool, whatever you might use, right? But you have to justify the that are you using that tool.
The application of tool.
Yeah, the application has to be justified. It is more important is that way.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Right. Okay. So it convinces the literature review is convincing the reader that your proposed research work will make a significant and substantial contribution to the literature. आपका जो काम है वो किसी और के लिए भी काम आएगा आगे, ये आपको कन्विंस करना बड़ा जरूरी है. Right? So how to write the research proposal? के अंदर method. What are the methods? Method section में it is very important because it tells you the research committee how do you plan to tackle the research problem. आप tackle कैसे करना है? आपके पास कोई tools है, या आपके पास कोई knowledge है, या आपके पास कोई ऐसी चीज है जिससे आप ये काम कर पाएंगे. It will provide your work plan and describe the activities necessary for completion of your project. So it will provide your work plan and what are the activities required for completion of the project. Guiding principle for writing the method section is that it should contain sufficient information for the reader to determine whether methodology is sound or not. So here it is very, very important that your section should contain the information which is required. ये sound है, इसमें काम हो पाएगा. Now sometimes people will come and they'll say, sir, we are going to use a genetic algorithm for optimization. Okay, fine. But genetic algorithm के साथ ये problem optimize हो ही नहीं सकती है, तो कैसे करेंगे? It is not possible. So you need to be giving that sufficient information. That's why have I chosen this tool to do it. ये बड़ा जरूरी है. Furthermore, since there are no well-established and widely accepted canons in qualitative analysis, your method section needs to be more elaborate than what is required for traditional quantitative research. The same thing ma'am was asking, that your method section should clearly identify, should clearly bring out कि सर ये जो मेथड है जो मैं यूज कर रहा हूं या मैंने यूज करना चाह रहा हूं, वो जो मेथड है ये बेटर इसलिए है. So more importantly, the data collection process in qualitative research has a far greater impact on the results as compared to the quantitative research. So qualitative mein, I'm not going to go into the numbers part. I'm going to go into the numbers part. I'm going to go into the quality part only. Quantitative mein, I'm going to go in for the numbers part. Then for quantitative studies, the method section typically consists of the following sections: the design. Is it a questionnaire study or is it a laboratory experiment? Are you going to do a survey? Are you going to perform an experiment in the lab? How many times are you going to do it? How many people are you going to take care of? What kind of design do you choose? Subjects or participants? Who will take part in this study? Kisko kahenge kaam karne ke liye? Abhi piche na somebody who came to us and he was talking, sir, I am going to do a study and I'm going to bring out the inclination of youth towards using ATMs in metro cities or in big cities. Okay, fine. Those come down. He comes down and I ask him, where is your questionnaire? This is the questionnaire, sir. Now, the problem with the questionnaire is that if I'm going to generalize that, I need to have at least 2-3 cities on my board. जहां पर मैं 200-300 लोगों से काम करवा सकता हूं, मैं क्वेश्चनियर वापस ले सकता हूं. अब वो साहब जो आए हैं वो बोल रहे हैं कि मैं तो 100 लोग सिर्फ लुधियाना से लूंगा, वो भी इस पर्टिकुलर कॉलेज के. So it is not possible. My sampling is not right. I'm not able to convince the research, the peer team, my guide, that is going to work. So my research proposal is not going to go through. So that is the problem here. So instruments, what kind of measuring instruments or questionnaires are you going to use? Are they valid or reliable? Sometimes people will ask subjective questions in the questionnaire itself, and then they try to adjust. Qualitatively, you cannot come down to that level. Now you cannot draw an inference from those questions. And how do you plan to carry out your study? What are the activities involved? How long it will take? Kitne log jayenge? Kab jayenge? Then the results. Obviously, you do not have results at the proposal stage. Proposal stage pe mere paas result koi nahi hai. Lekin you have some idea of what kind of data you will be collecting and what statistical procedures you will be used to answer the research questions or test the hypothesis. So इसके अंदर मेरे को वो चीज लिखनी है results के अंदर कि ये मेरे probable results हैं, expected results हैं. This is what I am going to achieve out of it. Because somebody is putting the money on you is more interested in what is going to happen in the end. मेरे को end में मिलना क्या है? And discussion, it is important to convince your reader of the potential impact of your proposed research. So you need to convince the peer team or the organization that what is the potential impact. Hoga kya is? You need to communicate a sense of enthusiasm and confidence without exaggerating the merits of your proposal. So you should exude some confidence, right? कॉन्फिडेंस कब आएगा? जब मेरा लिटरेचर रिव्यू प्रॉपर होगा, जब मेरे पास मेथोडोलॉजी प्रॉपर होगी, मैंने काम किया होगा, मेरे को पता होगा कि मेरे को काम इस तरह से करना है. So that is why you also need to mention limitations and weakness of proposed research. आज की अब now the fellow who came down to me for that ATM project, he could have told me, yes, sir, I will do it only in Ludhiana, but this can be replicated everywhere, right? Or if I'll do it in a technical institution, it can be replicated in any other technical institution. That is possible. That is my limitation. That is my weakness also. But how do I justify it? Sir, मेरे पास समय कम है, 6 महीने में तो मैं सिर्फ 100 लोगों से ही बात कर पाऊंगा। एनालिसिस के लिए मेरे पास टूल्स कम है, आई विल डू दिस वर्क। सो दिस इज व्हाट इज रिक्वायर्ड हियर, राइट? सो डिस्कशन पार्ट। नाउ कॉमन मिस्टेक्स, व्हाट पीपल डू, करते क्या है लोग, प्रॉब्लम क्या है? द प्रॉब्लम हियर इज दैट failure to provide proper context to frame the research question. They do not have the context of the question. Research question को properly frame ही नहीं किया गया. It is ambiguous. Use of ATMs in youth. It is an ambiguous question. Failure to delimit the boundary conditions for your research work. Now here, when I am trying to find out, तो मेरे को एक बाउंड्री कंडीशंस आई हैव टू सेट अप, से इन अर्बन एरिया, इन रूरल एरिया, स्पेसिफिकली इन मेट्रो सिटीज हैविंग पॉपुलेशन ग्रेटर देन सो एंड सो. दिस नीड, यू नीड टू स्पेसिफाई इन दी योर रिसर्च प्रपोजल. फेलियर टू साइट लैंडमार्क स्टडीज. अगर किसी ने इसमें कोई बढ़िया काम किया है, देयर आर सम रिसर्चर्स, renowned researchers around the world, if they have done some work, you need, if you do not cite their studies and you take it from paid journals, कुछ आप लेके वहां से मटेरियल लगा देते हैं, तो that is also not going to help you out. Failure to accurately present the theoretical and empirical contributions by other researchers. You do not present their empirical contributions, and then you do not stay focused on your research question. You try to deviate. आप उससे इधर उधर कोशिश करते रहते हैं कि सर चलो इसके साथ ये भी लगा देते हैं, इसके साथ ये भी लगा देते हैं. Don't do it. You need to be targeting on your research question. Failure to develop a coherent and persuasive argument for the proposed research. So I do not have a single line of thinking. I have a divergent line of thinking. If I do have a divergent line of thinking, I'll have a problem. Too much detail on minor issues, but not enough detail on the major issues. छोटी छोटी चीजों पे तो मैंने बड़ा कुछ बोल दिया, लेकिन बड़ा को तो मैं भूल ही गया. मेजर प्रॉब्लम क्या थी, वो गायब ही हो गई बीच में. Too much rambling, going on all over the map without a clear sense of directions. This is just making like I am not very clear कि मेरे को करना क्या है. तो मेरे को यहाँ से मिला, इस लिटरेचर से ये मिला, मैंने वो डाल दिया, दूसरे लिटरेचर से कुछ और मिला, मैंने वो भी डाल दिया, and some or the other I'm going to go round and round, and I'm not going to come down to the exact problem. The best proposals move forward with ease and grace like a seamless river. This is the important thing. जो बढ़िया proposal है, everybody feels involved and it's just like a flowing river, smoothly flowing river. It has got the clear indication. These are the boundaries available, and this is the direction I'm going to flow. So there are too many citation lapses and incorrect references. ये बहुत ही ज़्यादा important चीज़ है. MTech thesis में तो we have found it out. People do lot of mistakes here. Somebody will come up writing a MTech thesis, 6 months का काम है, 20 references के साथ काम किया सर मैंने. Whereas the references available would be in thousands. सर आप 20, हम आपसे thousands नहीं मांग रहे, हम आपसे 50 तो मांगेंगे ना, कि आपने वो रेफर की होंगी, उनके बेस पे कुछ काम किया, उन्होंने कुछ काम किया हुआ है. Why are you not citing those people? 1, 2. Second problem in references is what people do is कि सर हम 2022 में हम आपको 2018 का डाटा दे देंगे. Why? 2020 में भी काम हुआ, उसमें 21 में भी काम हुआ सर. People have worked on that same problem. So why don't you cite them? Since because you are very comfortable कि मेरे पास पुराना डाटा तो सारा अवेलेबल है, नए के लिए मेरे को डिग करना पड़ेगा, so I'll not dig it. Again a problem. Third problem here in references is that you put those references in the reference box, bibliography में डाल दिया, end में आ गई, लेकिन literature review में या during the whole course of thesis they have never been referred to. वो आए ही नहीं. They are not coming anywhere. ठीक है, अगर वो आ ही नहीं रहे हैं तो फिर there is a problem. And then research proposal sometimes is very short or sometimes is very large. 50-100 पेजों का research proposal बना दिया, फायदा नहीं है. 2 पेज का बना दिया तो भी प्रॉब्लम है. Should have 5, 7, 10 pages. Clearly defining मेरा line of action क्या है, मेरे को पैसा चाहिए, क्यों चाहिए, क्या काम होगा और इससे result क्या है. Right? So here I have cited some reference where we have taken this particular thing from. Then proposal writing is important to your pursuit of graduate degree. The proposal is in fact an intellectual scholastic Contract between you and your committee, obviously, as already we have stated, it's a contract. It's not legal, but it is a gentleman's promise कि सर मैं ये करूंगा या मैं ये करूंगी और इस तरह से करेंगे. It specifies what you will do, how will you do it, how will you interpret the results. The objective in writing a proposal is to describe what you will do, why it should be done, how will you do it, what do you expect the result to be. Being clear about these things from the beginning will help you complete your thesis in a timely fashion. Otherwise, you will falter. You will not be able to do it. A vague, weak or fuzzy proposal can lead to a long, painful and often unsuccessful thesis writing essay. Now, if I write something which is very confusing or I do not support it with facts and figures, it will be a problem. And I will not be able to write a proper thesis. The thesis would be a problem area for us, or the dissertation will be a problem area. A clean, well thought out proposal forms the backbone for thesis itself. So if I have a proper statement or if I have thought of it, मेरे दिमाग में एक roadmap बना हुआ है, so then I'll be able to do it properly. The structures are identical, and through the miracle of the word processing, your proposals will probably become your thesis. So what will happen? Your mind will try to make it that way. आप उसको सोचेंगे उस तरह से, so that your thesis becomes your good thesis. A good thesis proposal hinges on a good idea. Once you have a good idea, you can draft the proposal in an evening. अगर आपको सवेरे एक अच्छा आइडिया है, आप शाम को एक अच्छा प्रपोजल बना सकते हैं. लेकिन वो अच्छा आइडिया लेने के लिए आपको लिटरेचर से आपने लिटरेचर अच्छे से पढ़ा होगा. You would have done a thorough literature survey. Otherwise, there is a problem. आइडिया आया लेकिन वो आइडिया किसी ने एग्जीक्यूट किया हुआ. You would have seen that ad. ना अभी कोई एडवर्टाइजमेंट भी आ रहा है. There's some organization which is giving money for business, and they say वो ये तो मेरा आइडिया था 60 साल पहले. अरे भाई था तो क्या हो गया, तुमने देखा नहीं ना, लोगों ने वैसे ही काम कर लिया पहले उस पर. So proposal can help you estimate the size of a project. Do not make the project too big. उसको पार्ट्स में कर लीजिए, ज्यादा अच्छा रहेगा, rather than एक one go में, right? So that will help you out. So the longer standard model, अगर आप स्टैंडर्ड मॉडल की बात करें तो इसमें हम बेसिक प्रपोजल आउटलाइन में क्या लिखते हैं? इंट्रोडक्शन, टॉपिक एरिया क्या है, रिसर्च क्वेश्चन क्या है, सिग्निफिकेंस टू नॉलेज क्या है उसका. ठीक है, ये तो आ गया इंट्रोडक्शन का पार्ट. फिर लिटरेचर रिव्यू का पार्ट आ गया. दिस इज जस्ट रिकैपिंग व्हाट वी हैव डन. लिटरेचर रिव्यू में प्रीवियस रिसर्च, अदर्स एंड योर्स. अगर मैंने भी उस डायरेक्शन में कोई काम किया है, कोई पेपर लिखा है, तो मैं अपना भी साइट कर सकता हूँ. देयर इज नो इश्यू इन दैट. Interlocking findings and unanswered questions. There could be some unanswered questions which I'm trying to find it out and trying to find an answer to them. So your preliminary work on the topic. What you have done, base में आपने कुछ बनाया उसका. जैसे वो करते हैं ना घर में, जब आपके घर पे कोई सब्जी बना रहा होता है तो पहले मसाला तैयार होता है, फिर सब्जी बनती है उसमें. So you need to have that basic work, right? The remaining questions and interlocking knowledge, how it is going to gel up. वो सारे जो आप पीसेस हैं, इट इज बेसिकली जिगसॉ पजल. सो हाउ डज इट फिक्स इट अप? आप उसको फिक्स कैसे करते हैं, उन सारे पजल्स को लाके इकट्ठा कैसे करते हैं, सो दैट इट बिकम्स अ गुड पिक्चर. सो रिप्राइज ऑफ योर रिसर्च क्वेश्चंस इन दिस कंटेक्स्ट. ये सारी जो है लिटरेचर रिव्यू की बातें हैं. मेथोडोलॉजी के अंदर अप्रोच क्या है, हाउ आर यू गोइंग टू अप्रोच, व्हाट आर योर डाटा नीड्स, किस तरह का डाटा चाहिए मुझे. एनालिटिक टेक्निक्स, डू आई एम if I know those analytic techniques, or do I need to learn those analytic techniques? जो जब हम लोग थीसिस करने लगे थे अपना PhD का, तो हमारे को पता था कि हमको ये चीज आती नहीं है, ये सीखनी पड़ेगी. तो गाइड सेड कि okay दोस्त, go and see, learn it. It took 6 months for us to do it, but we had that much of time also. But then you need to find out what technique is required. Am I able to adapt to that technique, या मेरे को उसके बारे में नॉलेज है या नहीं है, and plan for interpreting results. तो आज बीच में रिजल्ट्स जो आएंगे उनको मैं कैसे इंटरप्रेट करूंगा. What are going to be the expected results? That is also to be mentioned in the research proposal. What is the budget and what is the bibliography or the references. So ये एक रिसर्च प्रॉब्लम प्रपोजल बनाने की आपकी तरीके हैं. देन थीसिस में क्या करते हैं आप? जैसे अब थीसिस आती है कॉलेजेस में, या आपके डिसर्टेशन होगी, तो आप क्या करेंगे उसमें? इंट्रोडक्शन में टॉपिक एरिया, रिसर्च क्वेश्चन, सिग्निफिकेंस टू नॉलेज, एंड लिटरेचर रिव्यू में वैसे ही जैसे प्रीवियस रिसर्च की बात की, इंटरलॉकिंग की बात की, प्रिलिमिनरी वर्क की बात की, एंड व्हाट इज योर क्वेश्चन, एंड द सेम मेथोडोलॉजी हियर इन द थीसिस पार्ट यू विल आल्सो मेंशन द रिजल्ट्स. रिसर्च प्रपोजल में नहीं हम कर रहे थे, थीसिस में हम रिजल्ट्स को जरूर बताएंगे, और उन रिजल्ट्स के ऊपर those results we will also be doing the discussion part also. We'll be doing the discussion and we'll be drawing a conclusion out of what we have done. Iska what is the crux or what is the solution now? We have found it out, and of course the bibliography is also there. Then again it is the here now if I talk of the elements, you will have the introduction, the statement of the problem, the rationale, the scope and limitation, review of literature, objectives, operational definitions, hypothesis, methodology, time schedule, budget, organization of the report, how the report is going to be presented, उसमें कितने चैप्टर होंगे, 2 होंगे, 4 होंगे, 5 होंगे, 10 होंगे, and what is going to be the chapter outline, bibliography, conclusions and the appendix. Appendix में in case you are using some data which is already published, or you are going to include some references of yours. आप कुछ तरह की आप जैसे आपने क्वेश्चनर यूज किया है तो क्वेश्चनर को रॉ फॉर्म में आप वहां पर डाल सकते हैं अपेंडिक्स में. सो ये एक रिसर्च प्रपोजल के आपके एलिमेंट्स हैं. टाइटल पेज इज द फर्स्ट पेज. इट गिव्स द रिसर्चर्स नेम, नेम ऑफ द इंस्टीट्यूशन एंड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, वेयर द रिसर्चर बिलोंग्स टू, कहां पे हैं, स्पॉन्सरिंग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन अगर किसी ने स्पॉन्सर किया था उसको, सुपरवाइजर का नाम और डेट आप कब सबमिट कर रहे हैं, ये एक रिसर्च प्रपोजल में आ जाती है. इन सिलेक्टिंग द टाइटल, when you are selecting the title, what is required to be taken care of? You need to reflect on the theme of the research, and it has to be self-explanatory. जो title है, it should be self-explanatory. It should not, somebody shouldn't be asking you a question कि यार इसका मतलब क्या है. Then it has to be brief. It has to be in simple language, unambiguous. There shouldn't be any brackets or arithmetic figures, and there should be not be any confusing meanings. ऐसा कुछ नहीं होना चाहिए कि वो हवा में तीर छोड़ दिया मैंने. Then title is basically the GPS address, just like your GPS address, है ना. GPS में आप क्या करते हैं? It's a meaning abstract, it's clear, concise, and the subject has to be first. Where to, कहाँ जाना है, पूरा मैप नहीं देखना मुझे, मेरे को तो कहाँ जाना है वहां का रास्ता चाहिए. Then introduction, it has the theoretical background of the problem and something related to that. Then the statement of the problem, definition, nature, etc. Then the problem statement. Short. It's a very short statement of so what statement. So what statement. The focus is just like Arjun focusing on that the eye of that fish. So you need to be having a focus. Where do you want to hit that bullseye? Purpose. Problem statement gives the purpose. It gives the blueprint for the literature review, focuses on your committee at the beginning, keeps them on track throughout your proposal. Now it will tell the people how do you want to, what should they ask you, वो आपसे क्वेश्चन क्या पूछे. रिसर्चर का जो काम है रिसर्च कमेटी को इंप्रेस करने के लिए वो क्या है कि they should be asking him those questions only which he wants to answer. So that is also required, right? For example, let's give you a problem statement here. Malaria remains the most devastating infectious disease, particularly in Africa. One reason is that the parasite causing disease is resistant to all clinically useful anti-malarial drugs. We therefore have to devise alternative strategies to target the parasite. This is one problem statement. Any issues you see here, or किसी को लगता है कोई ऐसा इसमें दिक्कत है? We do have some questions in the end, towards the end of the particular this session. Also, we'll try to put some questions to you just to find out whether you have grasped the subject or not. कुछ लोग शायद सो भी ना गए हो क्योंकि खाना खाया हुआ ना, तो खाना के बाद और हम सामने तो है नहीं, so we cannot be seeing eye to eye. So people might doze off. कि नहीं सर कोई बात नहीं, देख लेंगे बाद में क्या करना.
No sir, we are listening to you.
Great. Anyways, so components of the or elements of the research proposal: the rationale, justification, or significance. What is the importance? Addressing the national context problem. In the broader context of the nation, what is your problem? Why are you going to solve it? Then bridging the knowledge gaps. आपस में जो एक bridge है, जो knowledge existing थी और जो मैं प्रोड्यूस होने वाली है उनके बीच में ग्रिप, इट शुड बिकम अ ब्रिज, इट शुड बी यूजफुल टू द सोसाइटी, प्रेजेंट द स्टेट ऑफ अफेयर्स एंड who are the affected stakeholders, who is going to be the people or the fellows who are going to be involved here. Then scope and limitations of study, what are the boundaries of research, aspects and issues addressed, and shortcomings of the research, resource and time constraints. So sometimes it is like a researcher might say कि सर मेरे पास तो resource नहीं है, we can't do it, or we have this much resource only, इसके अलावा बाहर जाने का कोई फायदा भी नहीं होने वाला, लेकिन इसी रिसोर्स में काम कर रहा है. Then there could be time constraints also. For example, for an MBA dissertation, if somebody is supposed to submit, or a PhD dissertation, there is a time limit. You have to submit within that time limit. If you do not do that, there is an issue, right? Then review of literature, researches so conducted, what is the vital information, what are the issues discussed, and then again from here only you need to find out what are the unaddressed issues. वो गैप क्या है, वो गैप आपको आपकी प्रॉब्लम फॉर्मुलेशन के लिए एडवांटेज देगा. Relevancy to the present research, finding out research information, and then finally the objectives, contextual or consistent to the title. Now the title, अगर कई बार क्या होता है कि टाइटल कुछ बोल रहा है और आपका फाइनली जो आप वो जब ऑब्जेक्टिव्स लिखने लगते हैं वो आपस में मैच ही नहीं करते, दे आर गोइंग हेयर. टाइटल था कि बैंकिंग सर्विसेज के बारे में बात करनी है, जो ऑब्जेक्टिव है वो आईटीएम पे आ गया सिर्फ, बाकी सर्विसेज को भूल गया. सो इट इज नॉट राइट. शुड बी कंसाइज, clear cut, expressed in simple language, precise, self-explanatory. It has to be distinctive, quantifiable, measurable. There are two types of objectives, either general, broad, or overall, and then there could be specific objectives also. So a researcher could always say that I have these broad objectives and I have these specific objectives, right? Now, literature review is not just a summary of the literature. It shows, it supports your hypothesis, it extends the previous work, it is basically a bridge work, it avoids previous mistakes. अगर किसी ने कोई पहले मिस्टेक की है तो आप उसको अवॉइड कर सकते हैं. Is unique to the previously followed paths. You do not tread on the same path again. You do not reinvent the wheel again here. That is the literature review function. So narrative के लिए अगर आप बात करेंगे, अब ये देखिए, this is the funnel design. What will happen? The reader knows it. सबको पता है. And कहां से कहां जाना है, रीडर नो से रीडर डजंट नो, जो उसको नहीं पता है वहां तक लेके जाना है. दिस इज अ फनल डिजाइन. सो व्हाट यू डू, इंट्रोड्यूस द फील्ड. दिस इज द ब्रॉड फोकस. से फॉर एग्जांपल द ब्रॉड फोकस, अभी वो प्रॉब्लम मैंने आपको बताई थी, उसमें मलेरिया था, राइट? मलेरिया के अंदर एपिडेमियोलॉजी, इट इज एन एपिडेमिक, एंड देन फोकस ऑन सर्टेन एस्पेक्ट्स इन द फील्ड ऑफ इंटरेस्ट. उस फील्ड में क्या था, लाइफ साइकिल क्या है मलेरियल पैरासाइट की, करंट कंट्रोल क्या है, कौन काम कर रहा है उस पे, एंड देन एंड विद द गैप एनालिसिस. व्हाट इज द गैप, द रेजिस्टेंस, द पैरासाइट हैड बिकम रेजिस्टेंस. यू सी दैट प्रॉब्लम, इफ यू रिमेंबर दैट प्रॉब्लम, इट वाज सेइंग दैट द it has become resistant to whatever is being used currently, right? So the purpose, the funnel point is the purpose. एंड में पर्पस आ गया, वो रेजिस्टेंस मेरा पर्पस है वहां पे. The purpose can be framed as the research question or a hypothesis. So you have to be concise, one sentence, and then that is the solution to your problem. You need to bring out the solution to your problem. आपको अपनी प्रॉब्लम के लिए ये सॉल्यूशन लेकर आना है, right? So support the hypothesis. How? Like this. ये लाइफ साइकिल कंट्रोल अपन ने वहां से किया था, तो ये हमारी प्रॉब्लम बन गई. दिस इज योर प्रॉब्लम आउट हियर, एंड हियर यू फॉर्मुलेट अ हाइपोथेसिस. सी हियर, दिस इज व्हाट हाउ यू प्रोसीड. सो मेक अ लिस्ट ऑफ रेफरेंसेस एंड देन operational definition of the term used. Here sometimes it so happens कि as a researcher I feel that I know this, और मेरे को लगता है कि मेरा जो जिसने पढ़ना है, जिसने evaluate करना है, उसको भी पता है. But your work here is clear cut that you need to be defining it properly. वो terms जो आपने use किए हैं वो define जरूर करिए, दोबारा कर दीजिए, ताकि everybody knows in what context are you using. Hypothesis is proposition which is subject to verification. It may be null, accepted, rejected. Guide lead the research. What is the methodology used? Selection of appropriate approach, data collection techniques, data information, and presentation. मैंने presentation कैसे करनी है. right? So time schedule, timeline of the sent task, and timeline of the resource flows, 3 M's, men, material and machine. कैसे चलेगा काम, कौन करेगा? Now टाइम शेड्यूल के अंदर अगर इफ आई डू नॉट मेक अ टाइम शेड्यूल, इफ आई डू नॉट से, अब क्या होता है कि जो थीसिस राइटिंग है, डिसर्टेशन राइटिंग है, जब बच्चा आता है फर्स्ट वीक में आता है, उसने प्रॉब्लम प्रेजेंट कर दी, रिसर्च प्रपोजल प्रेजेंट कर दिया, कमेटी ने कहा ठीक है जी आप काम कर लीजिए। अब वो उसके बाद वो सज्जन गाइड से मिलने जाते हैं 3 महीने बाद, वो भी शायद चले जाते हैं, कभी यार वो भी नहीं जाते, 2-3 महीने बाद जाएंगे वो, सर मैं हाँ जी काम कर रहा हूँ जी, बस मेरा काम हो रहा है जी, मैंने काम कर देना, आई विल डू द वर्क। Those what is happening here is that the fellow concerned has not even worked. उसने देखा ही नहीं, वो प्रपोजल जो दिया था वो भूल ही गया। अब वो गाइड उससे पूछ रहा है क्वेश्चन कि यार क्या तुमने डाटा इकट्ठा किया? सर मैं करूंगा जी, डाटा इकट्ठा करने जा रहा हूँ जी। अरे भाई 3 महीने निकल गए तो 3 और निकल जाएंगे, लिखना भी तो है, 1 महीना तो लिखने के लिए भी चाहिए। What will you do? So the timeline has to be done so that I am able to finish my work on time. Then the budgeting is also very much important. What kind of support staff do you need? What stationery is required? What software is required? Is any transport required? And anything you require which requires some money here, that needs to be added up. Then you need to define the organization of the report. How will you write that report? Right? So your share क्या होता है? Usually 4 तरह के अगर हम पार्ट्स में डिवाइड करें किसी रिपोर्ट को, या 3 तरह में कर लें, तो इंट्रोडक्टरी, फाइंडिंग्स एंड डिस्कशन एंड समरी। फाइंडिंग एंड डिस्कशन को हम 80% देते हैं। क्यों? वो क्योंकि वो मेरा काम है। आई वाज ट्राइंग टू फाइंड आउट द आंसर टू दैट, सो दैट इज द पार्ट वेयर आई एम गोइंग टू बी देयर। एंड इंट्रोडक्टरी पार्ट है वो 10%, ज्यादा नहीं। अब क्या होता है, मोस्ट ऑफ द डिसर्टेशंस अगर आप एमबीए की चेक करेंगे या देखेंगे तो क्या हो रहा है, तो 30 पेज का तो इंट्रोडक्शन है और 10 पेज का प्रेजेंट वर्क है और 1 पेज का उसका कंक्लूजन है। नो, दैट इज नॉट राइट। सो इट हैज टू बी, द फाइंडिंग एंड डिस्कशन हैज टू बी लिटिल मोर। इंट्रोडक्शन कैन बी वेरी स्मॉल, राइट? And then bibliography and references related to the documents to be consulted, the studies what have been performed, follow technicalities in writing bibliography. Now प्रॉब्लम राइटिंग में भी है, जब आप रेफरेंस लिखते हैं तो लोग क्या करते हैं, देयर आर डिफरेंट स्टाइल्स टू राइट। समटाइम्स द ऑथर नेम इज रिटन फर्स्ट, देन यू राइट द नेम ऑफ द पेपर। सम देयर इज अ particular school of thought which says that you write the name of the paper in italics. There is some school of thought you write it in inverted commas. Some says you write in the Times New Roman form only. Then you write the volume number, then you write the date of indexing, then you write the printed page number, and so on and so forth, year of publication. Please follow the uniform style all across. अब एक रेफरेंस आपने ऐसे लिख दी, एक में और तरह से लिख दिया, देन उसके बाद आपने क्या किया, बीच में ही वो आपने आज की, क्योंकि आजकल गूगल बाबा का जमाना है, पीपल वुड राइट द रेफरेंसेस इन HTTPS फॉर्म। Whenever you are writing in HTTPS form also, you are writing a particular page you have referred to, or a web page, or a web site you are referring to. Please do write when you did visit that website, क्योंकि that website information might be removed by the time your thesis is evaluated, or by the time somebody tries to refer to the same website. So that is, and then it has to be presented in alphabetical order or in the chronological order. Chronological means from सबसे पीछे से आज तक, to be presented in classified manner. Like for example, either you write, लिख दीजिए ये manuscripts और books में से ये लिया है, reports में से ये लिया है, और newspaper में से ये लिया है, और website से ये लिया है. Conclusion: state about the feasibility of the proposed research or study. What is the feasibility here? What are the upcoming challenges, upcoming threats, difficulties, hindrances, and then make a conclusive remark. End of the day, do write whatever I try to achieve. वो उसको relate कहाँ से करेंगे? आपकी वो objectives से, कि ये मेरे objectives थे और ये मैंने ऐसे ऐसे achieve किया है. This should be conclusive. It should not be superfluous, right? Tips and tricks. How do you write a research? लिखने के लिए आप फटाफट काम क्या करेंगे? रीड एंड रीड, बहुत ज्यादा पढ़िए, ढूंढिए प्रॉब्लम कहाँ से मिलने वाली है, अपने आसपास से मिलती है ज्यादा। टेक नोट्स, कहीं पे नोट करना शुरू कर दीजिए। अभी क्या होता है, बहुत से रिसर्चर्स क्या करते हैं या बहुत से लोग क्या करते हैं, बच्चों का क्या होता है, जो खासकर पीजी लेवल में है, व्हाट डू यू डू, प्रॉब्लम ढूंढ ली, आज तो कुछ लिख लिया, दोबारा लिखना तो नई कॉपी लगा ली, फिर एक और लग गई, फिर किसी और पेज पे लिख लिया, जब वो इकट्ठा करने की बारी आती है वो मिलता ही नहीं है। वो यार मैं पढ़ा था, सीखा, पता नहीं कितने रह गया। प्लीज टेक नोट्स प्रॉपरली, टॉक टू द सुपरवाइजर्स, टॉक टू द एक्सपर्ट्स, टॉक टू द फेलो बीइंग्स, आपस में बात जरूर करिए, राइट द टॉपिक्स एंड टॉपिक्स अगेन एंड अगेन, गेट कंफ्यूज्ड एंड अफ्रेड, नो दिस इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग, व्हाई शुड यू गेट कंफ्यूज्ड? अगर आप मेज में जाएंगे ही नहीं, अगर आप दलदल में फंसेंगे ही, तो आप निकलेंगे कैसे? यू मस्ट गेट कंफ्यूज्ड, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, बट कंफ्यूजन, प्रॉपर कंफ्यूजन, इसलिए कि मैं माइंडसेट कर लूं कि मेरे को यहां से सॉल्यूशन निकालना है। जनरेट अ नंबर ऑफ रिसर्च क्वेश्चंस एंड देन ट्राई टू फाइंड आउट व्हाट आर यू गोइंग टू एड्रेस। 12 क्वेश्चन बना लीजिए, 10 बना लीजिए, एड्रेस सिर्फ 2 को करिए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। डोंट एड्रेस ऑल 12 ऑफ देम, सिस्टमाइज योर रिसर्च क्वेश्चंस, it should be systemized, it should not be repeated, cut down these in line with your coherent thinking. Coherent is specific, focused thinking, right? Then to provide the context to the frame research, अब क्या होता है, कॉमन मिस्टेक में क्या है, कंटेक्स्ट ही सही नहीं है, the context is not right. I want to do some research but I am not in the same frame of mind, or I am not in expertise. कोई एचआर वाला मार्केटिंग में घुसने की कोशिश कर रहा है फालतू, नो, थोड़ा सा प्रॉपर बाउंड्री चाहिए वहां पे, टू डिलिमिट द बाउंड्री ऑफ रिसर्च इश्यूज। उसकी जो बाउंड्री है, रिसर्च इश्यूज कहां से ढूंढेंगे, साइट लैंडमार्क स्टडीज किसी ने की कि नहीं की, फोकस ऑन द रिसर्च क्वेश्चंस, डेवलप कोहेरेंट एंड प्रोसेसिव आर्गुमेंट्स। नाउ you have to convince the other people that whatever is my line of thinking, this is supported by this particular data or this particular finding or this particular survey, and I am right. Too much or too much detailed or too much short on major issues, अगर ऐसा है तो भी दिक्कत हो सकती है। It should not be very detailed, नहीं है, आप 100 पेज लिख दीजिए, उसके अंदर कुछ नहीं लिखा तो भी प्रॉब्लम है। अगर आप 2 पेज लिखेंगे और उसमें बहुत सारा डाटा डालने की कोशिश करेंगे तो भी गलत है। So it should be properly done, right? And too much rambling and then incorrect citations and too long or too short. Then do produce or prepare a professional looking proposal. अभी क्या होता है, बहुत सी जनता ना प्रपोजल जब लेके आती है डिसर्टेशन का, ऐसे फोटोकॉपी पेज लेके आते हैं कि आप देखने के दिल नहीं करता, आपको ऊपर नाम नहीं लिखा होता कभी, कई बार प्रपोजल का, कई बार आपका प्रपोजल ऐसे आड़ा तिरछा होता है, वो आपको पेज ही पकड़ा जाते हैं। अरे यार, have a slip and file, put it in that, it should look a proper professional proposal, it should not look like any other paper. Make it interesting, make it informative and meaningful. The question should come from the other side also, यार ठीक है ये काम करने वाले होते हैं, it should be right, easy way to read. Present content in a page. Content should be written on a page, that this is going to be written on this page number, this page number. Use clear headings and subheadings. Be concise and precise. You need to be concise and precise also. Check spelling and grammar. अभी क्या होता है, थर्ड फॉर्म में लिखना है, जनता फर्स्ट फॉर्म में लिख रही है वर्ब की, या spelling mistakes. Abhi spelling mistakes, by with this computers it is very easy to find out the spelling mistakes. You can always find it out and present in accurate and acceptable format. And do not use no word which you do not understand. कोई भी ऐसा word मत use करिए जो आपको नहीं पता है, वो थेसारस से उठा के आपने डाल दिया, किसी ने मीनिंग पूछा, आपको आता नहीं है, you cut a very sorry figure. Use of difficult words, unimpressive to the readers, supervisor or authority. आप किसी को प्रेस करने के लिए नहीं, आप उनको सिर्फ बताने के लिए यूज करना चाहते हैं, ठीक है जी। सो इंटरनेट रेफरेंसिंग, अब इंटरनेट से आप जब रेफरेंसिंग करें, नैरो डाउन योर सर्च टर्म्स। जब आप करना चाह रहे हैं तो टर्म्स जो है आपकी प्रॉपर होनी चाहिए। पीयर रिव्यूड आर्टिकल्स ओनली शुड बी रेफर्ड टू, करंट लिटरेचर इज रिक्वायर्ड, एंड देन देयर इज अ रिव्यू लिटरेचर एंड देयर इज अ प्राइमरी लिटरेचर। प्राइमरी लिटरेचर इज समबडी हैज डन द रिसर्च ऑन हिमसेल्फ, एंड रिव्यू इज समथिंग व्हिच इज आल्सो अवेलेबल। ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट चीज आ गई एक और, प्लेगरिज्म। Reference immediately after mentioning, not at the end of paragraph. ये जरूरी है कि जहां पर आपने जिस जगह पर आपने वो चीज ली है, जो कंसेप्ट लिया है या जो उससे लाइन ली है, उसको आप उसी पैराग्राफ में के एंड में नहीं रेफर करिए, उसी लाइन के एंड में रेफर कर दीजिए. Always identify the source, how you have taken it, and summarize the useful points. Please do not cut and paste. This will lead to lot of problems. Not today, कल भी हो सकती है. Purpose, funnel point, वैसे ही बात की थी, right? Only one sentence leads directly into aims and objectives. Aims is short but general statement of intent. Objective is very specific statements that define the practical steps you will take to achieve your aims, right? Methodology, this section is used to judge the validity of results and conclusions. Now, इससे पता चलेगा कि आपके रिजल्ट्स ठीक आ रहे हैं कि नहीं आ रहे हैं, कंक्लूजन आपने ड्रॉ की है प्रॉपर है कि नहीं है, if it is proper or not. The section of your proposal has multiple parts: instrumentation and infrastructure, what you have done, study groups and ethics, access to samples, data analysis, this is there, and then you have to justify your method choice. आप अपने मेथड का जो चॉइस है आपको जस्टिफाई करना है कि मैंने यही क्यों यूज किया. अभी कोई मेरे को बोलता है कि मेरे को ग्रे वुल्फ ऑप्टिमाइजेशन यूज करनी है, व्हाई? Other techniques are also available. Why are you using this? You need to be telling this and show you that you understand the principles of research. Prove feasibility of your study. It is feasible. That is required. Now, just an example of doing experimental design, how you do it, like काम कैसे करना है, ये biological किसी ने बनाया है, so we will not go into this. Timeline. This helps you to keep your experimental design in correct order. Avoids dead time. Like I told, 15 दिन जब रिसर्च हुई तो जब प्रपोजल दिया तो उसके 5-7 दिन तक एक्टिव रहे, फिर 3 महीने बाद जाके जाके, सो बीच में क्या हुआ, डेड टाइम. Because if I have to go back, I'll have to go back again to the first chapter. So when building your timeline, consult with other students in your lab that have done similar studies. जिन लोगों ने वैसा काम किया है उनसे जरूर बात करिए. Budget gives you an appreciation of research costs, prevents you from overspending, provides specific explanations for need for specific technology, why are you using it, need for other financial requests, and do you really need this kit? Do you require this or not? Okay. Outcomes, what do you expect the results to be? क्या आपकी what is your outlook? Is it measurable? Example, you will get a degree, you might get an MBA degree, or you will get a new patent, or you will publish a paper. Qualitative, contribute understanding to the subject, new technology have you developed, or any application you have developed. So प्रपोजल को क्या करना है, जब देना है उससे पहले बैकअप प्रपोजल एवरी डे, रोज उसको एक बार चेक करिए. ऑलवेज प्रिंट इट ऑन पेपर एंड एडिट. हम लोग अब आदत हो गई है हमारी, कंप्यूटर पे या मोबाइल पे देख लेते हैं, वहां पे एडिट कई बार दिमाग से निकल ही जाता है कि हमने उस वक्त तो कुछ और सोचा होता है, एडिट करना है, बाद में हम करते नहीं है. यूज स्टैंडर्ड फॉन्ट, नंबर योर पेजेस एंड रीड आउट लाउड सो दैट इट यू फाइंड आउट, यू विल इमीडिएटली बी ट्राइंग टू फाइंड आउट ये फिजिबल है कि नहीं है. एंड pitfalls क्या अवॉइड कर सकते हैं आप? Forget to include table of contents. Sometimes people do not include that. You do not connect the proposed research to the literature review. You do not have fair detail about the methods. You use some jargons and sweeping generalities. आपने कह दिया ये सबको पता होना चाहिए, पता है या नहीं है, nobody knows it. Then relying solely on your supervisor. बस सर आप ही कर्मधार हैं, आप ही गाइड हैं, आप ही का है, आप ही काम करा दीजिए, मैं तो कुछ नहीं कर पाऊंगा. So ये गाइड के लिए नहीं है, ये this is your baby. And improving your odds, know what the evaluation criteria will be. What is the evaluation criteria? You need to be knowing. Is it a rubric based assessment? And check that you meet these criteria. आपने ये काम कर लिया. Start with an outline. Read the proposals. Once finished, ask others to proofread. एक बार पढ़ने के बाद किसी से proofread भी करा लीजिए. शर्माने की कोई बात थोड़ा ना यार. Nobody is going to take away your work. You have already done it. Use diagrams to illustrate models. Proper diagrams. If you use the proper charts with proper labeling, it will help you out. Make sure your mentor approves it before you submit. So, आपका mentor जरूर approve करे before you submit your proposal. So then evaluation. Aims and objectives are likely to be achievable in the given period. अब जब evaluation कोई कर रहा है वो क्या देखता है कि ये aims and objectives जो हैं ये 3 साल में, 2 साल में, 6 महीने में हो जाएंगे, and rational is reasonable, and the scientific design जो है described है और adequately justified भी है, justified है या नहीं, right? So जो evaluator है उसने ये देखना है. So with that we come to the end of this presentation. In case you have any questions, I would be very happy to answer, or any observations you have or any discussions we have, we can always make it. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Please stop sharing and then we can have the queries.
Yeah. Any queries in the chat box also, Arvind?
So really good to listen all this, and I missed some of the part, but definitely the presentation matters, and do's and don'ts really you have explained wonderfully. So presentation always matters, and I think this will be a good takeaway by all the faculty members and the young researchers. They are just entering into this phase, and we are quite optimistic having all the 3 sessions, relevant sessions, and in continuity with research design, and then research tools and techniques, and how to write a research proposal. Definitely all are going to be benefited with this. So thank you so much, sir. So any questions, please forget by all any of the faculty members. So
Any
please go ahead.
questions? Dhingra sir, you were saying that you are going to ask some questions.
Yeah, madam. I have some questions with me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, you can take your quiz.
Yeah.
Let us see how many of us are able to pass it.
Okay, just a moment, madam.
I would
Yes,
request, sir, kindly make it simple so that
Yeah.
majority of us should be passed.
Okay, no issue, madam. It's a very simple questions I have got with me.
Right, sir.
And I'll just try to ask those questions. Meanwhile, I'll also appreciate in case there are a number of agencies right now available.
Right.
And
So,
if I say only on the academic side of the proposals, there are around 30 odd agencies which are going to fund different research projects on different areas, including starting from DST itself.
We would request you to please kindly guide us on this, because we are in dire need of it.
This is the only basically a knowledge sharing session only.
So we can have a session on that also, sir.
Yeah.
With the permission of Honorable Director, sir, we can have a session on that also, sir.
Okay. I just have a small question, and I prepared it that way. So a research proposal does not include which of the following: justification for the research, creativity of the researcher, credentials of the researcher, or the timetable for researcher. Your answers, please.
Sir, will you, Dr. Sonika wishes to answer, I guess.
Yeah,
Dr. Sonika, you want to answer?
Please, welcome. Unmute yourself, ma'am.
I think no.
Yes,
she's
sir.
not.
Yes, the credentials, sir.
Yeah, it is the credentials. The research proposal doesn't include the credentials of the researcher. Biodata is in the end, but it is not there, right? Thank you. Good. So the next question is: literature review should not be concise, elaborate, short and crisp, detailed. What is the right answer? Literature review should not be concise, elaborate, short and crisp, detailed. क्या नहीं होना चाहिए इनमें से?
Should not be short and crisp. Dr. Pooja has answered, I suppose.
Short and crisp.
I think sir's connection is weak. Dr. Dhingra, are you there?
I think connectivity issues there. So
yes. So we are lucky enough. We have been able to escape from the questions.
So the questions can be asked after the connectivity resumes.
Yes, sir. Sir, I'm just calling him.
So I think he lost his connection. So shortly, I think he will be joining.
So everyone fasten your belts again. He is joining.
If any question is not answered by faculty members, then to be answered by the coordinator of RDC.
Sir, I requested him to make it easier. You are making it difficult for me. So he says he's joining. There is some connection issue.
Yeah. Sorry for the interruption. I was actually just a small glitch in the
Yes, sir.
internet. Sorry.
Okay, sir. Okay. No issues, sir. We can understand.
Okay. So we were just asking, the question was, literature review should be, what should it be? It should be concise, it should be...
What literature should not be? So the question was, what literature review should not be?
Should not be.
It should not be short and crisp, basically.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, it goes to Dr. Pooja. She answered very well.
Great. Thank you. So that means the people were awake during the
Yes,
talk. That's really nice. So with that, I do not have any more questions, but I would suggest that people at Apeejay do go in for the funding, writing research proposals and getting funding for their institution from DST, from CSIR, from CSIO, from IA and ENG, and there are a number of forums available right now, from MHRD, from MOE, from MEIATY. There are so many organizations which fund different proposals on different genres. So you have to find out which organization is going to fund my kind of proposal and what should I write. So that will help you out. And all of you, I would once again request you to, in fact, invite you all to come down to visit Science and Technology Entrepreneurs Park, Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College, which is the approved technical business incubator under Government of India project. And we have got 28 incubators working here, securing their intellectual property rights also, and working to make India a better place, incubation culture. So
great, sir, great.
Again, once again, thank the authorities at Apeejay College, Apeejay institutions, specifically Director Sir, Madam Anu and her team for organizing this wonderful event, and for all the audience who were very patient in listening to me, even after the lunch hour. So thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you so much, sir. And definitely we will want to have one session on the various funding agencies for the different proposals, and definitely for that purpose, I will request Dr. Anu Shahi, coordinator,
Yes,
RDC, And further, I think last month we were planning to have visit of some of our students.
Yes, sir.
The park which you mentioned, and definitely now because of the pandemic, again it is the online kind of thing is going on. So definitely when the things will be normal, we will be planning to visit. And I think one plan was made last month with Dr. Rai, and now I
Yes,
would
sir.
request the coordinator of EDC and the members of entrepreneurship development cell. So later on they can coordinate and they can finalize in coming months. So
Right.
definitely it is going to
Yes,
be
sir.
really useful.
Yes, sir. So over to Harleen now.
Thank you so much, sir, for sparing your precious time for this technical session. And thank you so much for making us familiar with various topics like what is research proposal, like what questions do we need to keep in mind while making a proposal, its importance, essential ingredients, common mistake, and many more. Thank you so much, sir. I guess if I'm talking about the queries that already you have taken, in case still if anyone is having any query, can ask, sir.
No, I think queries have already been taken. Thank you, Harleen.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. So now I would request Dr. Anusahi, coordinator of this one-day workshop for research development, to present vote of thanks.
Thank you, Harleen. I deem it a great honor to propose the vote of thanks to all who have helped us in making this workshop such a resounding success. First of all, I would like to propose hearty vote of thanks to our erudite speakers for all the technical sessions. Dr. Arvind Dhingra ji, Dr. Vikas Choudhary, Dr. Navdeep Aggarwal for gracing today's workshop. I must mention that the research and knowledge of our speakers about the topic was awe-inspiring. I'm really inspired by the kind of excellent presentations and meaningful deliberations throughout the day by our worthy speakers. I would like to express my profound gratitude to Honorable Director Sir Dr. Rajesh Bagga Sir, who is the ultimate guiding force, motivator, and inspiration behind this workshop. I would also like to thank our deans for their moral support. I'm happy to express vote of thanks to all the faculty members who have made this workshop a grand success. I would like to thank Mr. Santosh Mishra, System Engineer, and my colleague, Mr. Kaval Khera, for the major technical support. I would like to thank my lovely colleague, Ms. Hardeep Kaur, for designing the workshop poster. I would like to thank Dr. Kulwant Kaur, my team coordinator for this workshop, and my senior colleague. I would express my thanks to reporters of the event, social media team, and everyone who is directly or indirectly involved in this workshop. I'm thankful to Ms. Harleen Kaur, student coordinator for the event. I would like to pay my tribute to our beloved late Dr. Vijay Rai, Professor, School of Management, who conceived this idea of workshop along with me. May his soul rest in peace. Last but not the least, I would like to convey that this one-day workshop is just a niche attempt of Apeejay Institute of Management and Engineering Technical Campus towards its bigger version of understanding, research, and building a research culture in the Institute in the times to come. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for gracing the occasion, sir. Thanks a lot.
Now I would like to request you to kindly rise for the national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय जय जय
So with this, we come to an end of the workshop on research methodology. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Director, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Arvind ji. Generally, it comes to an end with the networking tea. And because of the virtual in nature, definitely.
Sir, I think his connection
he
is
just
lost.
left. And but all members here, they can go for networking tea at their respective places because of the COVID pandemic.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I think he lost his connection again.
Okay.
Thank you so very much, sir.
I think one must have messaged Dr. Dhingra कि because of the connectivity issue, you can skip some of the questions. So thank you so much. My congratulations to the RDC and all the faculty members for organizing this wonderful workshop. And I'm quite optimistic now in future too. You are going to organize many sessions with regard to this and further elaboration of all these areas. Elaboration in the area of research methodology, research design, then tools and techniques, and further how to write a research paper. And now I think later on we want to go for a case study writing competition as well, and then how to write a case study.
Yes.
So that will be a wonderful thing in case if RDC can take note of this and can incorporate in future. Thank you
Yes,
so
sir.
much once again to each and everyone present here.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Sure, sir.